Yes, people. Delisting of equity shares. Our next topic. So now we know for a fact what do you mean by listing. Now we know for a fact what is delisting also. What is delisting? Removing, that's the word. Delete. Writing off. You account student. Writing off. So what is extinguishment? So people, delisting is nothing but people, in a simple terms, a company decides to come out of the stock exchange. Why I cannot say removal? Because there are many ways you come out of the stock exchange. One of the way you come out of stock exchange is voluntary. When you decide on your own that this listing is not working out for me, you decide to step out of the stock exchange, that is called as voluntary delisting. The second type of delisting, under regulatory requirements, you are signing listing agreements, right? Not LODR, BSE, NSE. Whenever you are entering into a contract with a stock exchange to list your securities, you are entering into an agreement, right? Listing agreement we saw. What if you are not complying with that? What if you are not complying with LODR? That comes under compulsory delisting. So we cannot directly say that delisting is a removal. Delisting is nothing but a way a company comes out to the stock exchange either voluntarily or due to compulsory delisting mechanism followed by the stock exchange because of a company not able to perform some particular activities properly. Clear? Yes, sir. So this is your delisting. Any company that was delisted and all, we have examples. I was telling you one, Ruchi Soya only. Ruchi Soya was delisted. First of all, it was a listed company. It got delisted. Again, it got acquired by Patanjali Foods. Again, they got listed in the name of Patanjali. Today, Ruchi Soya is listed, of course, in the name of Patanjali. So, one company which gets delisted, can they again get listed? Yes, possible. That is there. Now, why did they get delisted? The company was not doing good. So, when a company's financials are not supporting, where will they pay rental and all for you to trade? Because end of the day, remember, why will a company voluntarily delist? Of course, one is business action. What do you think? Why would a company voluntarily delist? One, I'll tell you. Because of regulatory fees is more. That is one reason. Apart from this, what will be the reason? Why would a company want? Oh, beautiful, da. That's a out of the park answer. Yes, people. One of the reason is someone was planning to acquire your company, and I decide I'll acquire you and I'll just take you out of the stock exchange because I'll handle you alone. I don't want public shareholding. I don't want anything. Now, where will this come? This will come under SAST. Acquirer who is acquiring 25% wants to acquire 26% more. He says, why all this? I will acquire the company as a whole. Now remember, whenever you have a thought of delisting, you need to mention it in your open offer. After I acquire, I have a thought of delisting this company. So anyone interested, sell me off your shares now only. That is one of the reason. After acquiring, I want to run the company as a wholly owned subsidiary. That can be a scenario. Any other reason? Because of insolvency, company itself is failing. Can you come out? Yes. And rules and regulations. There are more stringent rules and regulations. Because you are a listed company, lot of compliances are applicable to you. When you are in a healthy way, it is all good. When you are not doing healthy, how will you manage all of that? So there are many reasons. Yes, whatever you guys said is right. All these are also one of the reasons. Clear? Hello, Pakka? Okay. So first write down applicability. Applicability. Delisting of equity shares. Delisting of equity shares including SR equity shares, including SR equity shares SEBI Delisting of Equity Shares. SEBI Delisting of Equity Shares Regulations 2021 shall apply. 2021 shall apply. Next one, non-applicability. Non-applicability. I'll be writing 2. Non-applicability. Company listed without making a public issue. Company listed without making a public issue on innovator growth platform. On innovators growth platform. On innovators growth platform. Copied. Huh? ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ಕ್ಯಾರೆತ್ತು ಸುಷ್ಮಿತಾ ಸೇನೋ. ಕೊಬಿಡ. Done. If the delisting happens, pursuant to a resolution plan approved under Insolvency Bankruptcy Code 2016, if such plan provides for delisting, provides exit opportunity, to public shareholders. Copied? Done. So people, applicability and non-applicability of this chapter. This chapter applies to whenever you are delisting your equity shares as well as SR equity shares. No other security, this one. So whenever you are delisting your equity or your SR equity, superior voting rights equity shares, that time people, these regulations will apply. Non-applicability. When will this regulations not apply, sir? A company listed without making a public issue on innovators growth platform. So we'll be seeing delisting of securities from IGP also. Now always remember, you can go and list yourself on IGP in 2 ways. One is by going through public issue, one is directly list. Both the routes are there. They're telling you this will not apply when a company has listed on IGP, not through a public offer. Direct listing has happened. Meaning what? You have not done an IPO. You have not raised money there. In such case, they are telling you people, these regulations will not apply. It can be a qualified institutional placement, and that securities you have traded over, IGP platforms. That is possible. So public offer, that time that's a different story. You should have not done public offer. Understood? Hello? Okay, next one. If the delisting happens pursuant to resolution plan approved under IBC 2016. What is that, sir? Now, for example, I told you, Ruchi Soya. It was a listed company. Company was terribly failing. There is a company that came. They said Ruchi Soya is failing. What will we do? Either you have to shut down the business, meaning wind up, done, everything is done. Employment, everything is gone. GDP, everything is gone. The second way is to look at positive. Can we still make this company survive? Can we still rehab this company? Is it still possible for this company to survive? That's the second way. So always people in a IBC, resolution plan is nothing but, what do you mean by resolution? Resolution means resolve, we will say. A company is in a problem. You're trying to resolve that. Resolve. Resolution plan means people, a plan that is proposed to resolve a company. What do you mean by resolve? A company is dying. Can you help that company live? Hello? Now the plan that you submit is called as a resolution plan. Understood? Who will submit it? It will be generally by not only CS. It can be any person. A person who can give a sensible plan is called as a resolution applicant, whoever it is. Hey, who cares? Someone is giving you a solution. What's your problem in taking it? It's a solution, I take it, and someone is coming and giving it to you. Correct? No. What is your problem in taking it? A resolution plan is a thing that is given in the IBC, Insolvency Bankruptcy Code. In Insolvency Bankruptcy Code, as I always say, there are two steps. One, people, you try to save the company. And that is only called as resolution process. You're trying to save the company. When the first part will not work, meaning no matter how much you are trying, it is not able to survive. The second thing is people is die. You will let the company liquidate. So in the first plan, you will try your best to save the company. So now a person came a resolution plan. He said a company is in loss. The first thing, sensible thing, no one is trading. Shares are in rock bottom. 70 paise, 80 paise. What is the easiest thing I can tell you? Delist first. Because people are anyways not trading in your securities. And the fees you are paying versus what they are trading is nowhere relevant. It is not even commensurate with what you are doing. So what is the easiest way? The first thing is delist. Who is telling this? In the resolution plan, someone has told you. And you also feel, yes, it is wise. Now, people, that is when they are telling you, if the delisting happens pursuant to resolution plan approved under IBCA, if such plan provides for delisting, it should be there in the plan. Second one, people, it provides exit opportunity to public shareholders. What is that? Not everyone will be okay with it. You should be able to give an exit opportunity to those shareholders who are not okay to continue. That is there. Now, for example, Ruchi Soya is there. Yes. Patanjali acquired. Yes. Patanjali should clearly give a choice. Hey, SEDA public shareholders, now I'll be taking over the company. If you continue, you will be under me, under my management. If you do not want to continue, I'll give you an exit opportunity. Sell all your shares to me and go. If this option is given people, then yes, then they are telling you non-applicability. This particular thing will not apply. Understood all of you? Yes? Okay, done. Next one, write down. Circumstances where delisting is not permissible. Circumstances where delisting is not permissible. From your exam point of view, what other tips or help or video, what will help that from exam point of view? Marathon is there. All now, if anyone sees any comment anywhere, if anyone asks marathon, I'll only comment personally, take your address and hit you. I go to any some personal place also. Someone posts, sir, marathon this year. Ah, division timetable. Okay. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. That is the easiest one. It's like I'm teaching you how to swim outside the pool. Easiest way is to push you. You will survive. You will learn. That's what your thing is. If you study, you will pass. You go into pool, you dive, you will swim. I'm teaching you everything outside theoretically. People ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಕಾಲ್ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೊಡಿವೆ. I'll tell 100 things. Correct? No. I have to just push you off into the pool. And that's all. So you know rest all. Result ಅಂತು how much hour? 15 hours study. To tell what I'll tell. Theoretical, no? Okay. How much hours? Okay, we'll look into it. And. Not more than 7-8 hours per day. Okay. And. Okay, we'll see if possible today only we'll try to cover this topic. Okay. And. See, I'll tell you how to effectively study 11 hours in a day. I'll tell you. Effectively. See, now if I put this thumbnail, you all will watch. Yado nim generation. The same person will come and tell so many things. No, we want that only. Effectively. You don't see this 5, you will fail. If I put this, you will come and watch. ಆ ಥರನೇ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಪ್ಪುಡುದ ಅದು. I'll tell you this generation how it is. I'll tell you do this versus don't do this. I'll tell you do this. What is do this? I'll tell you don't waste time but study properly. Versus I'll do one more video. Don't do this. What? Don't waste time. That will have more traction than do. Meaning what? Pessimistic. That works. Today that is the thing. I'm giving you a free marketing lead. Negative motivation Allah. If I come and go, hey, you'll pass. Don't open this video. They will stupefy me. That. Okay. And I'll be writing 5 and end. Yoga poses for CS executive. ಅದೊಂದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಯೋಗ poses for CS executive. Correct. Have I not told? You told one example. Okay, we'll do. How to present exam? We'll do. How you prevent writing more than what? You want me to teach or cheat? Tell me one pakka. Teach not possible. Definitely not possible. 100 marks, huh? You wrote, huh? That's what I'm saying. You will not be able to also. Passed, huh? Which way? CS, huh? Ganesh Shruti. Tell you, 100 marks you write. Chance of passing is more. 100 times I have told this point only. Because you guys write 80 and you expect a result for 100. How will it happen? And Five. A company which has done a buyback of equity shares. A company which has done a buyback of equity shares. A company 5 pursuant to preferential allotment. A company pursuant to preferential allotment unless 6 months has elapsed, unless 6 months has elapsed, unless 3 years has elapsed, 3 years has elapsed since listing of equity shares, since listing of equity shares, since listing of equity shares, instruments which are convertible, instruments which are convertible into same class of equity shares that are sought to be delisted, that are sought to be delisted, are outstanding, no acquirer shall propose, delisting who has sold equity shares of the company during 6 months prior to initial public announcement. Copied? Yes, sir. So circumstances where delisting is not permissible, you cannot go for delisting itself in these grounds. When these happens, you cannot do delisting. When is that? The first one is that a company which has done a buyback of equity shares. A company which has done a buyback of equity shares just now, they cannot go for a delisting. Why? Logically think. Delisting is a bad news. Before that you have gone for a buyback, that means the chances of people participating in this buyback. See what is happening, some people are exiting from the company. They are getting a price higher than what a price will be paid for a person who is going under delisting. Because delisting is a bad news. By that time the shares will come down. Now the two problems. One, you get a higher price. Second one, only selected people got that. Not everyone got that. And our concern will be, what if they are connected people? You know it is going to happen. And that's why you would have sold. We do not know. Possible, huh? We saw it in buyback. Huh? That's why they're telling you to make sure that doesn't happen. We have at least a minimum time gap. If you go for a buyback today, at least for the next 6 months, you cannot go for delisting. So that everything would have recovered by then. Understood? Huh? Yes, sir. Second one, a company pursuant to preferential allotment. What is company pursuant to preferential allotment? Just now, I have made an issue to someone. and just now I've added his shares to the stock exchange and immediately I'm doing delisting. Don't you think he should also enjoy the perks of selling and buying? That's what they're telling you. If you have just now done a preferential allotment, what is preferential allotment? Issue of equities on a private placement basis. So for a selected group of people you have issued and immediately you are selling, I will delist. Then he should also enjoy the perks for at least some time. They're telling you 6 months, people, not possible. Simple. Next one, sir. That's what you have written. Unless 6 months has elapsed. Cool off. Next one, unless 3 years has elapsed since listing of equity. The company itself has been listed for less than 3 years. The thing is, people, you cannot make that on and off game. First thing, there are people who would have believed that this is a long-term company. They would have invested in you. Forget about long-term. You should at least be present for a mid-cap, short-term at least. And that's how people would have invested in you. And you cannot just like that come today, go tomorrow, again come back. That cannot happen. That's why they're telling you, unless 3 years has elapsed since listing of shares. After 3 years, yes, possible. Within 3 years, not possible. You cannot delist. Make sense? Next one. Instruments which are convertible into same class of equity that are sought to be delisted are outstanding. What do you mean by that? Instruments which are convertible into same class. Can I say convertible preference shares? Convertible debentures. What do you mean by this? One day, some fine day, it will get converted to equity. Now, why did I buy this company's convertible debentures? Because after 5 years, this company's shares will get converted to equity. I thought I'll get the company's equity shares. That's why I purchased. Now, by the time my shares are not even converted, my securities are not even converted, you're proposing for a delisting. Now, I have two problems. One, I never saw the perquisites of equity at all. Before I got it, you're selling it off. Second one, you showed me assay that you will get equity. It is for no worth now once you are delisted. Agreed? Meaning breaching agreement. The third one, people. Now what do I have? Debt. Meaning convertible debenture. Can a convertible debenture vote in a general meeting? Can they vote? No. Now, technically if you see, one day I'll become an equity holder. If I was an equity holder, I would have said no. Because my shares are not listed. Others will say okay. Because they do not have anything. They have taken the entire benefit. What about me? My shares has a right to get converted. That time I also have a right to vote. You did not consider any of that. That's what they're telling you. Instruments which are convertible into same class. Which class? The class which you wanted to delist. So that instruments which are convertible to equity of the class which you are proposing to delist are sought to be delisted are outstanding. Meaning it is not yet converted. You cannot go for delisting. In short, if at all you have convertible debentures, convertible preference shares, you cannot go for delisting. Understood? Once you are converted, just listed, then there is preferential allotment alone is covered there. Yes, but generally a 6 months cool off period will definitely come. Clear? Yes, next one. No acquirer shall propose delisting who has sold equity shares of the company during the 6 months prior to the initial public announcement. Meaning what, people? No acquirer. We are talking about Ganashruti point. What do you mean by acquirer? Acquirer in this chapter, people, there are two types. Understand it of now only. Who is called as acquirer? Two people can be called as acquirer. One, my promoter. My promoter means the company that is getting delisted, that company's promoter is called as an acquirer. Second one, a company which is taking over our company, acquiring a substantial share in the company, SAST, they are also called as acquirer. Who can be an acquirer? Two people. One is my promoters or person acting in concert. We'll see the definition. But my promoters or people, the company which is coming and acquiring from outside, they can be considered as acquiring company. Now, the company coming and acquiring, we understand. Them being called as an acquirer makes sense. Why is a promoter called as an acquirer? How does it make sense? When During the delisting? Okay, remember, why are we calling, yes sir, as you rightly said Manoj, why are we calling it as acquirer here? Why are we calling promoter as acquirer? People, one of the fundamental reason or for one of the fundamental condition for a company to get listed successfully of many reasons. One such main reason was something called as minimum public shareholding, or sorry, minimum subscription. That was called as 90%. That means minimum 90 percentage has to be purchased by public. I mean, IPO size has to be subscribed. Now, people, when will your delisting be successful, people? This condition should become ulta. Meaning what, sir? When I'm coming for IPO, if 90% is subscribed, I become a successful IPO. When you're going for delisting, at least 90 percentage after listing, post listing, I mean post delisting, the post delisting capital, meaning I have done delisting, done. The promoter shareholding after delisting should be at least 90 percentage. Again, I repeat, after you delist, the promoter shareholding should at least become 90 percentage. That means that much you need to acquire. Who need to acquire? Promoter need to acquire. That is why we are calling him as an acquirer. Make sense, Understanding it, Hello, Mitro, Nitin Mitro? Understanding, Pakka na? That is what is the definition, Clear, Now see here. Acquirer includes a person, it will not be there, who decides to make an offer for delisting of, who decides to make an offer for delisting of equity shares of the company along with the person acting in concert as per regulation 5A of takeover regulation as amended from time to time. Nothing but, people, we are speaking about SAST person, the person who is coming and acquiring the company. He is giving an offer. So I'm telling, hey, give your shares and just get lost. And where should I tell this? You have to give it in the public offer itself. Understanding? It's called as delisting offer. If you give it in public offer only. Open offer you gave, no? Okay. Second one, people. A person who is a promoter or part of the promoter group along with a person acting in concert. So if that is not the case of acquisition, when else it will come? Voluntary delisting. My promoter have to make sure 90% is purchased by him. Understood? That's why we call him as an acquirer. Any doubts? Clear? Okay. That is what you wrote here. What? No acquirer shall propose delisting who has sold equity. Now the acquirer, our promoter or SAST, that person, they have sold their shares and they are coming and telling we will delist. Why? You knew the news. That's why you sold it off. You got a very good price. No. It cannot happen. That is what they are telling you. What? No acquirer shall propose delisting who has sold equity shares of the company during 6 months prior to the initial public announcement. What is initial public announcement and all? I'll tell you. But is clear, all of you? Any doubts? Hello? Okay. Now the next one. Types of delisting. Or wait, don't write. We'll see it off here only. Types of delisting. Types of delisting. Types of delisting. Okay, people, types of delisting, people, it can be of two types. One is called as voluntary, one is called as compulsory. Compulsory is nothing but it is considered as a penal provision. You have not followed some procedures properly, that's why compulsory delisting will come. Voluntary people is a business decision. Agreed? Huh? So, voluntary delisting can happen in three ways, it seems. Hello? Hello? Voluntary delisting can happen in three ways, it seems. The first way, people, voluntary delisting from all the stock exchanges. I was listed on NSA, I was listed on BSA. I'm coming out of both. I'm coming out of both. That is first way. The second way, people, voluntary delisting from few stock exchanges but remains listed at least on one stock exchange having nationwide trading terminal. Meaning I was present on Kolkata Stock Exchange, I was present on NSE, I was present on BSE, I was present on many stock exchanges. I'm coming out of everything. I'm continuing on NSE. I'm coming out of everything except one. In one I'm continuing. That's the second type of delisting. The third type of delisting, a company which is considered as a small company because of its operations, but you are still listed. They will enjoy a little, flexible regulatory norms when compared to a normal company. Because it's a small company, for them delisting process will be a little flexible, little easy. How, what and all we'll see. It is clear? Hello? Yes? Okay. So, we have written something called as exit here. What is exit here? Exit means nothing but people, when a company is coming out of both the stock exchanges, remember, now going forward, the shareholders cannot go and sell the shares. They cannot sell it in the market. That means, imagine if at all you're, selling the shares of any company, tomorrow you do not have a particular place to sell those shares. Now that's why people, what they're telling you, if you're coming out of all the stock exchanges, then exit opportunity to the shareholders is mandatory. What do you mean by exit here? You need to provide an exit opportunity to all the shareholders. What do you mean by exit opportunity? Nothing but people, you're buying their stake. How much? I told you 90 percentage, that much you have to buy. And it is mandatory, you have to give. Second option, sir. Sir, I'm still listed at least on one stock exchange. Then I don't have a problem, people. I need not have to give an exit opportunity because I'm at least present in one stock exchange. That's sufficient. Make sense? The next one, sir. Small company, whether listed at any of the exchanges, no bidding, but exit opportunity is still there. They have to give. How, what and all we'll see when we are doing small company thing. Clear? Yes, sir. The first one, sir, write down voluntary delisting. Write down first from all the stock exchanges. Whenever the sound comes, Matthew dance only will come. Okay. Now, people, we are going to see, as I told you, in delisting chapter, there are some amendments. Majorly, there I told you some 4 or 5 place amendments have happened. Everything will come under this process only, in this procedure only. So we'll write down this entire procedure in one place so that I'll tell you where and all amendment has happened. And at last they have added one more procedure that we'll write it separately. But in this procedure is where the maximum amendments has taken place. Exam point of view, important. Clear? A little lengthy provision only. Right. How I'll be writing? I'll be writing the steps here. Board meeting, special resolution. I'll be writing like this. And what happens in a board meeting, we'll be writing like this. Special resolution, I'll tell you within 15 days. And what happens, I'll be writing like this. Clear? So manage it accordingly. It's going to be a little lengthy procedure only. Try to plan your page accordingly. The first ones are procedure for voluntary delisting from all stock exchanges. What is a procedure? The first one is always the same. That is, appoint a merchant banker. Appoint a merchant banker. This merchant banker's role act as a manager to the offer. He shall not be an associate of the acquirer. He shall not be an associate of the acquirer. Appoint merchant banker. Next one is initial public announcement. Initial public announcement. Under this, I'll be writing 3. Well, let's write 2. Initial public announcement. It contains reason for delisting. It contains reason for delisting. It shall be given by acquirer when they decide to voluntarily delist. When they decide to voluntarily delist. It is made to all the stock exchanges. It is made to all the stock exchanges where the shares are listed. Where the shares are listed. The stock exchange, it shall disseminate it shall disseminate it to the public. It shall disseminate it to the public. It shall disseminate it to the public. Appoint a CS. Appoint a CS for conducting appoint a CS for conducting due diligence on buying, selling of equity by acquirer or related entities including top 25 shareholders in last 2 years and details of off-market transaction and details of off-market transaction by these people in the last 2 years. In the last 2 years. In the last 2 years. Accordingly, CS shall submit the certificate submit the certificate to the board of directors. Fourth one, within 21 days of initial public announcement. Conduct board meeting and pass the resolution in this regard. Within 45 days from board meeting, within 45 days from board meeting, of board meeting, conduct general meeting. Opina. Hello. Conduct general meeting. In conduct general meeting, pass special resolution by postal ballot. Pass special resolution by postal ballot. Votes cast by public shareholders. Public shareholders in favor shall be at least two times of votes cast against by the public shareholders by the public shareholders timeline within if they ask this question it will be 8 marks within 15 working days from special resolution or regulatory approval whichever is later. What do? We apply for in principle approval. Apply for in principle approval from stock exchange. Approval for in principle approval from stock exchange. It shall decide within 15 working days within 7 working days from passing special resolution you need to open an escrow account. That's why you don't write on time. Understood? Huh? Oh. Escrow account. Allah, I was just thinking, when was the last time something like this I heard? I heard it in my 8th standard or 4th standard. That's what, when did I sit someone doing this? Escrow account with scheduled commercial bank. Today I wear a white shirt and I'll go on like this. Ada. Escrow account with scheduled commercial bank. Okay, let's you want Abhinay to give you a new t-shirt, huh? Escrow account. So that entire bench you suspect has done, nah? Unknowingly from there to where? Escrow account with scheduled commercial banks. Okay, write down. All three. Matthew also has some. Okay. Okay, write down, write down. Escrow account with scheduled commercial bank. Under escrow account, I'll be reading points. Write down. Within 7 days, acquirer shall deposit. Right. Shall deposit 25% of total consideration calculated on the basis of outstanding equity shares with public shareholders there are two methods here. One is book building issue. In the case of book building issue, in the basis of outstanding equity shares with public shareholders multiplied by understood how you need to read, huh? Outstanding equity shares with public shareholders multiplied by no ಹೋಯ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೈಮ್ ಹೋಯ್ತಂತ ಇವಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ on the basis of outstanding equity shares with public shareholders multiplied by you didn't write anything, no, right? After writing also, if you ask me, where do I go down? What do you multiplied by, correct? Multiplied by floor price or indicative price. Floor price or indicative price. Floor price or indicative price, whichever is higher. This is the amendment. Now second one, This is also the amendment. If it's a fixed price issue, if it's a fixed price issue, if it's a fixed price issue multiplied by fixed delisting price, fixed delisting price, fixed delisting price, fixed delisting price. Done now? Remaining 75%. Write quickly, da. Remaining 75%. We have not even written 40% of the chart. Then we have not even written 40% of the chart. Bega bariri. Right. 75% should be deposited. But still the people will save too much of amendments in delisting. What Ananda? Yes or no? That means that much of content should be there. Should be deposited before detailed public statement, escrow deposit, can be made as a cash deposit, bank guarantee, in favor of merchant banker or combination of both. Combination of both. Kabeda. So the eighth one, detailed public statement. Once you want to see, this is where we started. Slowly I'll take it. If you want to do whatever you want. Slowly I'll do. They recorded. This is for you. Slowly I'll take. You want to take a picture, you take whatever you want. What happening? But that time it will be like this. Detailed public statement or detailed public announcement. Detailed public statement or detailed public announcement? It is to be given. It is to be given within one working day from in principle approval. From in principle approval. It is given in. It is given in English, Hindi, regional language. English, Hindi, regional language. It shall contain. It shall contain floor price and indicative price. Floor price and indicative price. Indicative price is optional. Details of opening and closing of offer. Details of opening and closing of offer. Details of opening and closing of offer. Mention specified date. Mention specified date for determining names. For determining names. joke. For determining names. For determining names of shareholders. Eligible for offer. Specified day should be a day not later than one working day of detailed public announcement. Names of stock exchange. From which delisting takes place. From which delisting takes place. From which delisting takes place. Kobida. Kobida. Danna. Innilla. Which one? It is okay. It is a continuation of contents only. Not a main point. Danna. Nitin Dannada. Okay, next one. Right on. Detailed public statement. Ninth one, price. Price. After fixing, now this price is an amendment. After fixing floor price, after fixing floor price, which is determined as per regulation 19A, which is determined as per regulation 19A. What is it? We will see. Discovered price shall be determined by reverse book building process, acquirer may provide as well as revise the indicative price before bidding opens. Before bidding opens. Dema. This class. Okay. Third one. Acquirer is not satisfied. Acquirer is not satisfied with discovered price. He may give a counter offer. Within 2 working days. Of closure of bidding. Note: acquirer shall be bound to accept the equity shares if the price as per reverse book building is equal to floor price or indicative price. Floor price or indicative price. Floor price or indicative price. This rule shall not apply if discovered price is more than indicative price. If discovered price is more than indicative price. Pricing, just give this as a number 1, whole points, and write down number 2. Fixed delisting price. Number 1, these points will be number 1. This one is number 1. It will come, wait. To fixed delisting price. Fixed delisting price. It shall be minimum. It shall be minimum 15% more than floor price as per regulation 19A. This method would be valid. This method would be valid only if it is frequently traded shares. Only if it is frequently traded shares. Right quickly. So arrow mark is continuing. We wrote 8 or 9 points. We wrote 9, this 10th one. Letter of offer. Letter of offer shall be dispatched to shareholders in 2 working days from detailed public announcement. Bidding period or offer period. Bidding period or offer period. Again, there is an amendment here. Bidding period or an offer period. Offer shall open within 7 working days of detailed public announcement. It shall be open. It shall be open for 5 working days. 5 working days. Outcome of reverse book building or fixed price. Outcome of reverse book building or fixed price is announced within 2 hours of closure of bidding or tendering the manager shall within 2 working days from public announcement to within 2 working days. Alright, make public announcement of success or failure and disclose the discovered price. Kobeda. Sir, in sir, this will not get over, huh? Right. 12th one. Fixed price and quantity. Fixed price and quantity. If not accepted, if accepted, it's short. Acquirer shall bear such expenses. No further delisting offer until expiry of until expiry of 6 months. If accepted, if accepted, minimum number of equity shares to be acquired is equal to post offer promoter shareholding along with PAC should reach 90% of total issued shares of that class. In total issued shares, following shall be excluded. Shares held by custodians, basically in the case of depository receipts. Shares held by employee benefit trusts, as per SEBI, share-based employee benefits. Shares held by inactive shareholders. Now, who are these inactive shareholders? Vanishing companies, struck off companies that are basically struck off. Next, shares transferred to IEPF. Shares transferred to IEPF. Public announcement after closure of offer. Public announcement after closure of offer. Again an amendment. Public announcement after closure of offer. If discovered price Sir, we don't know whether we'll be able to remember this or not. Yes, page I thought. 4 6 Then we could have seen it in the book only, Noda. When discovered price is less than is less than or equal to floor price, 100% they'll not ask. Or indicative price, meaning full they'll not ask, of course. Shall be as per secondary market. Should I read this or not? Very good question. Chandramudi had a very logical question. From where did that C come? Correct. Makes sense. If discovered price is if discovered price is higher than indicative price, payment should be made within 5 working days of public announcement. 5 working days of public announcement. Copy down. This public announcement after closure of offer, write down one more small thing here, and payment of purchase consideration. Payment of purchase consideration. Just add that one point. And the payment of purchase consideration. Public announcement after closure of offer and payment of purchase consideration. Public announcement after closure of offer and payment of purchase consideration. If still didn't understand, leave that point. It's okay. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here only. Break away down. You have just been writing for 1 hour. It is there da. We just have written 75%. Idda. Explanation irukku irda. Sam is like, sir. Like that, sir. Done now. Right off. Remaining shareholders. What am Matthew? My hand has to rest. Remaining shareholders. Remaining shareholders have right to tender their shares with acquirer up to 1 year. So sorry. Final application. Good that you guys are still attentive. Appreciate it. Final application is made to stock exchange for delisting within 5 working days of payment. Done. That's all. No, that's all. Copy this, go for a break and come. Another half an hour we have explanation. Yes, people. Such a small procedure. Okay. Now concentrate, very important. Now, what is procedure for voluntary delisting from all the stock exchanges? Now, how do we do it? Now, concentrate. Now, people, now whatever we have in the book, so this is how it starts in the book, voluntary delisting. Have tried to arrange it as per the order. If we are referring to the module though, it is even more scattered. Yeah, so this entire thing is a procedure only. Hello? Till here. This also will be coming up. Obligations also is there. Till here. So technically 15.12, 15.11 is procedure only. Hello. So outline everything we have seen except 1-2 places. I will be again referring back to PDF. When is that? What is it? I'll tell you. But for now, focus. There are amendments. Okay. Procedure for voluntary delisting. Our first thing is, people, we will appoint a merchant banker who shall act as a manager to the offer. He shall not be an associate to the acquirer. As it is, we have seen in our previous places also, it's the same. We are going to appoint a merchant banker. He is going to act as a manager. He will not be an associate of the acquirer. We have seen this in the past also. It's the same they are telling. Okay. You need to make an initial public announcement. Here, you are just communicating your intention. People, we are thinking of delisting our shares from NSE and BSE. Of course, this step is coming, people. Procedure for voluntary delisting from all the stock exchanges. So, you are coming out of every stock exchange. So, what I am giving, the first one I am giving is initial public announcement. It contains reason for delisting. So, in the initial public announcement, what and all it will be there. It will have reasons for delisting. It shall be given by acquirer when they decide to voluntarily delist. It is made to all the stock exchanges where the shares are listed. Now, what is the immediate thing the stock exchange will do? The stock exchange will take the information you have given, that will be disseminated to the public on their websites. Okay, initial public announcement is done. Next one, appoint a CS for conducting due diligence. This was also an amendment in 2020. Technically, these regulations have been amended crazily. They have been amending only. In 2019-2020, they amended and they added CS provision because Abhinay was asking for it. No. Somewhere we have to put no. So we have put here. Now, people, appoint a CS for conducting due diligence. What is the CS role? What are they doing? On buying, selling of equity shares by acquirer or the related entities, including the top 25 shareholders in the last 2 years, and the details of off-market transaction by these people in the last 2 years. What are we doing? You are going to check in detail in the last 2 years has our promoters, basically the acquirers, whomever I am calling, and the top 25 shareholders, their buying and selling pattern. Have they purchased? Have they sold? What has been the pattern in the last 2 years? It can be whether in the stock exchange or even outside the stock exchange also. Both will be monitored. Is this clear? Yes, sir? Okay. Next one. Accordingly, CS shall submit the certificate to the board of directors. Sir, from my end, I feel that their pattern is nothing suspicious. Everything is good. The CS will submit one due diligence certificate. To whom will we submit? We will submit it to the board of directors. Clear? Yes, sir? Okay. So within 21 days of initial public announcement. Now what is happening? The company will now conduct a board meeting and pass the resolution in this regard. The board of directors will agree. Now we are thinking of delisting. The board has given its approval. Next one, within 45 days from the board of directors meeting. Meeting is done 45 days. Within 45 days, you need to conduct a general meeting. You need to pass a special resolution, and that to people by a postal ballot. Postal ballot is nothing but we can imagine like you're voting, one share is equal to one vote. You can imagine like that. So conduct general meeting, people. You need to pass a special resolution by postal ballot. Votes cast by public shareholder in favor shall be at least 2 times of votes cast against by the public shareholders. We have seen this scenario also in the past. Same scenario. What is that? Buyback provisions. What was the scenario? Similar thing only we had seen. See, first thing what they're telling you, I need to pass a what is that? Votes cast by, I need to pass a special resolution. That means what? Let us imagine we are asking our shareholders, we are going for delisting. Are you guys okay with it? Let us imagine we got 75 votes saying yes. We got 25 votes saying no. Now in this 75, there will be public, there will be promoters, there will be public, there will be promoters. In this 25 also, there will be some promoters, there will be public, right? People agreeing and disagreeing will be in both the cases. Let us imagine in the public, for the people who said yes, sir, let us imagine 70% of the people is promoters and the 5% of the people is public. Now in 25% people, let us imagine another 5% of the people are promoters, 20% of the people are public. Now try to see what is the scenario they are telling. Pass special resolution, 75% that we have passed, we don't have a problem. Votes cast by the public shareholders in favor. Votes cast by the public shareholders. Okay, so sorry, this is ulta. We have taken it against. Okay. Now see here, let us imagine this is 55, this is 20. This is 5, this is 20 and this is 5. Okay na? Yes sir? Turned off. Why? So this one understood. 75% of the people have said yes. In that 55% of the promoters and 20% are public. In the total people who said no, in 25, promoters are 20, public are 5. Overall, did we get 75%? Answer is yes. And the next condition they're telling you, votes cast by public shareholders in favor shall be at least 2 times of votes cast by the public against. So sir, number of people telling no is 5. Number of people telling yes in public category should be at least 2 times. That is at least 10%. So what do you mean by that? Let us imagine 5 people said yes sir and 7 people said, 5% of the people said no, 7% of the people said yes. And technically we passed special resolution. Still they are telling you cannot go ahead with the delisting offer. Clear? Hello? Okay, that is what they are telling you. Next one, within 15 working days from the date of passing special resolution or regulatory approval if any. Meaning imagine if I am a company which is coming under any sector like insurance, telecom. After passing special resolution, I need to take my regulator's approval also. That can be TRI, IRDA, as the case may be. So 15 days from special resolution or 15 days from my regulator giving approval. They're telling whichever is later. If regulator is later, you will take 15 days from that day. Till here clear? Okay, next one. Apply in principle approval from stock exchange. It shall decide within 15 working days. So now we are giving an application to the stock exchange. Sir, we have taken our shareholders approval, directors approval. Can you please give us in principle approval? We will give it people within 15 working days from special or regulatory. Now the stock exchange shall decide whether yes or no within 15 working days. Okay, within 7 working days from passing special resolution. Special resolution is passed. from there people, I need to calculate 7 working days. Within 7 working days, I have to create something called as an escrow account. Okay. Now account with scheduled commercial bank. I have to create an escrow account with scheduled commercial bank. Now within 7 days, acquirer should deposit 25% of total consideration calculated on the basis of outstanding equity shares with the public shareholders. I have to calculate people. What is the initial deposit I need to make? Initial deposit is 25%. Initial deposit is 25%. Now my question is 25% of what? They're telling you 25% of outstanding equity shares that is with public shareholders. I need not have to calculate on promoters, right? Because they are the people end of the day acquiring. So I need to calculate this 25%. Now take a company overall. If 100% of the shareholding, in that let us imagine public is holding 40%. Promoters are holding 60%. Now I'm doing all this calculation on the 40%. That is public shareholding. Getting it? Okay. So in the 40, I'm telling whatever amount it comes, a number of shares. Of that, I'm telling you, you need to first create a escrow account for 25%. Getting it? Okay. 25%. Now, it depends upon what type of issue you are doing. Same people, same cut, copy, paste. However, you guys did IPO. You guys did IPO in two ways. One is called as book building process. One is fixed offer price. You know what is your price. You do not know what is your price. If you know your price, go with fixed offer. If you do not know what is your price, go with book building issue. Same style, nothing will change. Is clear? Hello. Now people, let us imagine if you are doing fixed price. Then what I am doing, what is the total public category share percentage? 40%. 40 people multiplied by whatever is my price I have decided. Fixed price, I know. My fixed price is 300 rupees per share. Calculate the total number of shares multiplied by 300 rupees. Let us imagine the total public shareholding is coming to 1 crore shares. 1 crore shares into 300 rupees. That will be 300 crore rupees. Now in this 300 crore, they are telling you 25% is to be created upfront. Understanding? Hello? Okay. Now sir, I do not know what my price is going to be. They online audible ada. I'm not sure whether I have to price it at 300, 250, how much I'm not sure. So in such case, what you will do, you will come up with something called as people book building. Now remember sir, whenever I'm going for an IPO, we call it as a book building because we calculate what? Price band, and remember company wants the highest price band. Hello, because money is inflowing. Now imagine if a company is going for delisting. You are going to take back the shares. I told you 90%, and you need to pay the money. That means what people? You think now company should pay money. Will they go with the highest price or the least price? So remember, always we call such type of book building as reverse book building. Why? Because we start from low, bottom to top. When we are doing IPO, we will start arranging the price from top to bottom. Highest first and then least comes. But in reverse book building, the first criteria will be given to the least number and then comes the highest number. Understanding? Hello? Oh. Pakka na? Okay. Try to solve this. Don't turn pages and all. I'll hit you if you turn. Don't turn. Hey, don't turn. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರತ್ತ turning. You did not completely. Able to see? Able to see? No. Visible noda? Visible? Okay, see here. There's a company which is planning to come for IPO. ABC, a company whose equity shares are listed at BSE and NSE, is seeking delisting of its equity shares from both the recognized stock exchanges. It provides an exit opportunity to all public shareholders in accordance with SEBI delisting. 2009 became 2019, became 2021, became 2025. Amendments are given for 2024, but today we are following 2021. Yes, calculate the minimum number of equity shares to be acquired for delisting offer to be successful. Calculate the minimum number of equity shares to be acquired for the delisting offer to be successful. That's a question. Also determine the final offer price from the details given under. So you have to calculate the minimum number of shares to be acquired. Hey Matthew, now see here. If I see you is looking now, I kill you. So they are given you, this is the percentage of holding. One is promoter, they have said some number, public they have said number. Yes, and then they have given you the floor price in terms of SEBI SAST is 550 rupees per share it seems. Floor price is 550 rupees per share. What is floor price? Is the least bid. Assume that all the public shareholders holding shares in the demat mode has participated. The bid price and number of investors demand, that is number of shares, is given as under. That means what? They have given you the top information you saw now. Public shareholding is 70, promoter is 75 and they have given public 25, 75 lakh, 25 lakh as the case may be. This is clear, and they have given you got the bidding in this way. 550 rupees, the number of investors that have bidded for 550 rupees, meaning if it is 550, we are okay for participating in delisting. Number of people is 5. And the demand you got it for 550 is 2,50,000 shares. I hope you are understanding the difference. Between number of investors is number of people. This is how much they hold. Now you got this entire detail. Now they are asking you, what is the number of shares a company has to acquire for successfully delisting, and at what price they are going to delist. The next 2 minutes is yours. Do whatever you want. Okay. Okay. Please don't do group discussion. Group discussions are the worst things that will kill you. Your analytical brain will go to ground level, -1. All of you got the question now. Please look at the board and solve. If I look you watching the question, I'll kill you. The upper part. The question is visible only, no? This is a complete question. Yeah, 1 more minute. You have 50 more seconds. Yes, Abhinay, I got it down. Try. Okay, how much you are saying? What is the number you need to subscribe? Okay, I'll 22 lakh 50 is what you are saying. Okay. I'm asking, a company wants to go for delisting. They're asking what is the minimum number of shares they have to subscribe, company, and at what price they will go for delisting. They've given you this data. Now you are doing bidding, right? All the while I'm telling you book building. Now what is my book building? They have given this is the price, 550 to 620 rupees. People have started bidding. At 550 rupees, 5 people have said we are okay. And that 5 people are holding 2,50,000. Next is 565. 4 lakh shares we got. Like that you got like this. They're asking you at what price you will go for. Easiest one. Hange nodre helbidabodu. Is it? Okay, we'll see. 550. Okay. Someone take on between that. That will only be the number. Come on. Okay. That number only is not there. Noda. So what? Number illa. How will you get it? Okay, how much you got? 574.6. Okay. We'll keep 575. At least one kushi irli. Yes or no? 565. Okay. 585. Haku innondu taako. Ana haake. ನಾವು ಕಡಿಮೆನಾ? 585. We have to put auction. ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ? What ಅಭಿನಯ? 585. 595. ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ವೈಟ್ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ತವ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಂದ ಅಂಜನಾ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ 575 550 550 ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರ ನಂಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ 550 ಯಾವ್ದು ಲಾಜಿಕ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟ ಟೆಲ್ಟಾ ಯೋರ್ಸ್ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ಡಾ ಸಿಟ್ ಆರಾಮ್ಸೆ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡು ಟೆಲ್ಟಾ ಅಲ್ಲ ಯು ಟೆಲ್ ಮಿ ದ ನಂಬರ್ 575 ಅಷ್ಟೇ ದಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಯುವರ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಸ್ ಸುಷ್ಮಿತಾ ವೈ Matthew said, sir. Number of investors, how much? 575, 10, okay. Easy one, okay. Gauri. 600, why? Middle is there. Tisha, why 600? Okay. Okay. You saw the solution? The answer is people 600. Clap. Answer is people 600 and the number of shares people to be bought back as people is 15 lakh. Now think logic. All of you did what? Either you would have taken wherever we got the highest demand. So for people who said 565, you would have said 4 lakh shares we got demand. Or you would have said 5 lakh, 620. I don't know why none of you said that. Okay, let us think, imagine. You would have said either on that basis or you would have said because this is the highest. Now let us take your logic. If at all we buy back at 575, now first of all, how many shares do I have to buy back? First let us answer that. For that, they have given us the shareholding pattern of promoter. They have given the shareholding pattern of public. Shareholding of promoter is 75 lakh, which is 75%. Public is 25 lakh, 25%. Now we know to become a successful delisting, how much we need to achieve. After delisting, your promoter shareholding has to be 90%. How much do they have? 75. How much should they buy? 15%. So sir, 100% is people when it is 1 crore. In that, how much is 15% people? 15 lakh shares. Now how much should the promoters buy? Is 15 lakh shares. Now you start with your logics. If at all I buy at 550, how many shares will I get? Then because all the others are not okay to sell at 550, so your 550 cannot be a successful delisting offer. Full I'll explain. If I don't touch that point, trust me, you will leave the class. And I'm saying. Now see here. So 250. Now did I get my 15 lakh share? Illa. Let us imagine I go for 4 lakh. Yes, now how many shares will I be able to buy back if it is 565? If I say it is 565, how many shares will I be able to buy? Think and answer. Will I be able to buy 4 lakh or will I be able to buy 6 lakh 50,000? People, a person who is selling at 550 He'll be more than happy to sell at 565 noda. People, I'm covering him also, no? Yes or no? Now you understood. You need to do cumulative addition of shares. So we totally have to buy 15 lakh. You need to add these things. Wherever you get a demand for 15 lakh, that is the price you guys need to fix it. For people, you cannot do. How can you do that? Because now you got how much? 574.5. Okay, 574.6. Now, a person who is said 585, it is so clear. See, how do I tell you? Now, for example, let us imagine I said a person, I'm okay to give you my car for 5 lakh rupees. But the other party is offering 6 lakh. You tell me, will I sell my car or not? I'm telling I'm okay to sell it at 5 lakh. He is offering me 6 lakh. Will I sell it or not? Wait, I'm selling it at 5. He's offering 6 lakh. Will you give it? Will you sell it or not? Now you think the other way. I'm telling I want to sell it at 8 lakh. You're quoting 6 lakh. Will you sell or not? Your average logic will sit there. These people are not okay to sell the car for the less price. It's discretion, right? That is why you did bidding. If you were so sure, you should have come with a price then. Now you think if 620 was your price, your delisting is unsuccessful. If 550 is your price, your delisting is unsuccessful. That's why people do bidding. This is the whole purpose.
Whatever amount I get, the payment will be like profit from his phone. They will be going at 550, right?
That's what you see both the kind of investors. Now when I said bidding also, when you're going for IPO, now imagine Zomato's IPO is 72 to 76. I'm saying we have investors who bid 72 also. Now I bid 76 only. We have both. So you can never say that everyone will go for 72 only. How will you know that? Then when bidding is going on, how will you know? See, simple. The government is calling for a tender. Imagine government wants to buy some raw material from you. They're asking how much will you charge per kg. Now, if I know what others are charging, I will definitely charge accordingly, right? So that I do not want this tender to go out of my hands. So, do you know all this information? Obviously, no. You will get to know this information after the closing period is over. So, what you're doing is it's a blind bluff. That's all.
Think like, sir, like they want to. Like,
You tell. I'm telling.
why would they benefit the company?
Yes, you're saying that they will sell it at 550.
Investor is ready to like get for 620. Like more people are going for more.
Correct.
If company is like nobody is like the investor number of investors are more at 620 and 15 lakh has to be met.
Correct.
So like many investors are going for 620. Then it is unsuccessful. Or it's lost.
100% true. Okay, I'll tell you this way. Do you book a ticket on Book My Show? When was the last day you went and purchased the ticket in a theater? Directly you went and purchased? It's been quite a while. So when you're going to a theater, my question, why are you booking through Book My Show? Convenience. Okay, and confirmation. Can I say the third scenario? If you go there and ticket is not there, I'm saying why don't you try? If all of us think alike, can't we eliminate Book My Show? Who is adding 60 rupees per transaction? Let us all think alike. Why do you want to add 60 rupees?
It's going on delisting. The company is not doing it.
Exactly. When the company is not doing well, you tell me, do you want to sell off your shares and go out of it? Or you want to miss your opportunity?
So either way it has to be 550 or like 620, right? How much will be?
I didn't get you.
Like 550 or 620. So like many investors are like going for 550 lower price. Now they will be like thinking okay, I'll get some more money, so or else many investors are going for 620, so I'll get more money, whatever it is, like all. So how can we do that?
No, you think. Don't you think always that is how it is? Whenever there is when I've given you a big bracket of numbers, don't you think there will be even one person who would say I want to sell it at 585? Do you think people will sell either 550 or 620 only? I'm saying you're telling, I'm telling what does not stop an investor to sell at 585? You tell me. There is a price band right in front of me. I do not want to go to this level, this level. I said 585. I'm saying out of 4 crore, 5 crore investors, can you really analyze the shareholders pattern, behavioral pattern? The answer is no. You will get, this is how it will be actually. But the number towards the extremes will be even more. But I'm not saying this will not be there at all. 100% it will be there. That's what you said most. That's what even I'm saying. This is what it will be maximum. But it doesn't mean here you will not have data. You will have data. Yes. So when you're going for an IPO, this becomes opposite. Now whatever prices we have arranged, we arranged from 550 to 620, right? Least to highest. Now next when you're going for a book building process, in IPO, you will arrange like this. This is what is the highest for us. This is what we look for. Wherever our minimum subscription is met, same thing you will calculate. Wherever 90% is coming, that will be your IPO price. 76. Today, any IPO, because you're getting so many applications, 76 itself will be topped because of fear of missing out. Now, if you guys start trading, you will understand. Now, 72 to 76 is Zomato. You are telling you will go for 72 because it is beneficial. No, you think of IPO. If you are buying the share, at what price you want to buy, 72 or 76, you are buying you. You tell me 70? 74, Now you are thinking you are saving 2 rupees. Now you know how I'll think. If I get Zomato IPO, in 3 days, the listing price will be 150. You are looking at 3 rupees and you went for 74. Zomato got listed at 76. Now if you got the IPO day 1, if you have invested 15,000 rupees, your money became 30,000 rupees. Versus how much did you bid it? 2 rupees. Divided by 80 shares. 160 rupees you saved. But if you had got, you would have got 15,000 rupees. Once you know the market, this is how the mind works. So these numbers and all are just there. The big fishes, the big sharks, they know the game. This is where IPOs will happen. That and all are simply, that's all.
Delisting, the company already like the liquidating process. Why will they go for investor will go for 620? They will be obviously going for 5.
I'm saying both. Now why did you go for 74? I'm saying mindset only, no? Why couldn't you go for 76 or 72? You had your own thoughts, no? Same thing applies here also. You're asking why. I'm saying how will you decide a human behavioral pattern? I'm saying you will have application. You cannot deny the fact. You will have. An idiot will say there is a in-between number. You cannot say that. That is how the behavioral pattern is. Why we never know. See, there are people thinking I'll at least be in an average. I'm telling out of 1 crore public shareholders who invest, 40 lakh shareholders won't even know how this process is working. Someone is guiding on a video, they are going and applying. I'm saying 40 lakh. And how do they know which number to decide? That's how it works. Marita, hello. Very good point. I appreciate it. Okay, her question is, sir, why don't we buy 550, 2 lakh 50? 565, 4 lakh. 575, 2 lakh. Correct, I'll tell you. Okay. People first bench 75,000 rupees fees. Same class. You guys pay 1 lakh. You guys pay on the 2 lakh. Will you guys pay? Will you pay? Why? You're buying the same share. How can a company treat you differently? It's one public offer. It's not happening like a trade. It's a public offer. How can I give the same share at a different price?
But when you're ready to sell, why not?
Now I'll also price it. When you're ready to pay. Understood? When you're putting everyone in one class, I cannot charge. But if I can distinguish between what I'm teaching, I'll call you a different name. Something I'll call and I'll charge 5 lakh from you. You will pay. That is justified. This is not justified. Got it? Hello? I hope you guys understood the concept. Understood? How theory will be converted to practical. Macha, go prepared. I don't know how many types of questions I showed you. Practically we are looking only, but I'm saying go prepared. Ashte.
Same thing happened in Vedanta Delisting. It failed.
Yes.
They didn't meet this.
They didn't meet the requirement. Yes. Vedanta, correct. Even yes.
No, they went.
They are having a different plan.
But some people told that our cost is at 300, 400. You are giving an offer at 87.5, so we won't be selling. So the delisting is not failed. The start price went from 87.5 to 500.
See. Now I'll tell you, to cover that only we have more regulations. Now what is the offer price? Can I come up with the number which I think that is right? We are yet to see. This book building is clear, Hello. Okay. Picture अभी बाकी है मेरी दोस्त अल्लाह. Picture शुरू ही नहीं हुआ है. Yes, we are still in book building. In a floor row, indicative price, discovery price. Okay, see here. Easy concept only. See here. Escrow account with the scheduled commercial bank. So we are depositing how much? Book building issue. Now you understood, how much should this company deposit? The floor price means what? Floor price means the least bracket they have, 550. Now 550 into public shareholding. How much ever they had? How much? They had 25 lakh share. Technically, we need to do 25% of it. Correct? Whatever is the number, we need to deposit in escrow account. If it's a fixed price, directly do. If it's a bidding, you need to do it on the floor price. Hello? Okay. The basis of outstanding equity share with public shareholding multiplied by floor price or indicative price, whichever is higher. Now try to understand what is this indicative price. I'll tell you. Indicative price means, people, whenever a company is going for book building offer, to give a floor price is mandatory. Floor price means, people, least. Below that you cannot do. The higher price, people, the company can leave it blank. I can say floor price is 550. I can leave the upper thing as blank. It is my choice. But of course, because it does not make sense, all of them will think our price is 500 means people will trade it at, they will put 1200 only. Because you have not put upper band. But as per the law, a company shall inform the floor price. A company may, in its public offer, put indicative price. May. Floor price is shall. Now, sir, if at all a company decides to give an upper limit, you call the upper limit as, people, indicative price. Indicative price means, I'm telling, maximum I can go up to this. But do not get confused this as a price band. What is the difference between price band and this? They could have directly given price band. No. Price band, you have to make sure the numbers come between 550 and 620. That if it is called as a price band. If at all, if it's not called as a price band, meaning I have given floor price, I have given indicative price, still people can go beyond indicative price. Now, as Manoj said, a company came up with a price called 88. which the company, the public were not okay. They are saying that our bid is 300. He is telling 88, but you can still bid more. And the company did not agree. So people finally, the delisting came to an end. But today, yes, the share prices went. They touched 500 also. Now the public's decision was right. Now that is what I'm saying. Never get confused between price band and floor price and indicative price. Both act as same, but only difference. In indicative price, public are free to go beyond indicative price also. If you have put indicative price as 620, you can still get a bid for 650. Hello? Pakana? Yes? Okay. So why do we have that? Because it is nothing to do with your maximum budget. People should have a place where they can communicate how much they are expecting. Are you getting the point? So sir, now see, there is something called as what people, book building, the basis of outstanding 25% equity shares with public shareholding multiplied by floor price. If you have indicative price, then indicative price, whichever is higher. So if you have 550, most of it will be 550. Then you will multiply 25% into 550 rupees. That is your base price. So if you have come up with indicative price also, then you will multiply it with 620. Not, where is that? If indicative price is there. Understood? Hello? Okay. Now sir. Indicative only. But what I'm saying is, that's what. There is no, see, when you're doing for an IPO, it says Zomato 72 to 76. You can't click 77. Your systems only won't work. In indicative price, your system will work. 72 to 76, your system will allow you to put 90. Your system will allow you to put 100. That's the difference. Indicative price allows you to go beyond. When a price band system itself is locked, it will not take a higher price. Understood? Hello? Pakka? Nanda? Fixed price, base of outstanding equity share public shareholding multiplied by fixed delisting price. You are directly coming with a number, that number, done. Remaining 75% should be deposited before detailed public statement. So whatever is the remaining amount, you will be seeing, right, detailed public announcement. Before that, you need to deposit the remaining 75%. Escrow deposit can be made as a cash deposit, also as a bank guarantee. Do not get confused between this and buyback. Buyback, you saw securities, frequently traded share, government securities and all that. Okay, next we are coming up with a detailed public announcement. It is to be given within 1 working day from in principle approval. It's from stock exchange. It is given in English, Hindi, regional language. It contains floor price and indicative price. Indicative price, we have written it as optional. Details of opening and closing of offer. When is the opening date? When is the closing date? Mention specified date for determining names of shareholders eligible for offer. Meaning, who and all can participate. Book closure. So that date, who will be eligible for, participating in its delisting, we call that day as specified day. They are telling specified date should be a day not later than 1 working day of detailed public announcement. Now today I gave a detailed public announcement in the newspaper having all the offer details. From that day, 1 day, next day will be my specified date. Tomorrow, today if I am giving detailed public announcement, newspaper, tomorrow until tomorrow, whoever is my shareholders, they will get a right to participate in delisting offer. Understood? Hello? Names of stock exchanges from which the delisting takes place, that also will be going in the public newspaper. Done? Okay, now price. Now see here. After fixing floor price, which is determined as per regulation 19A, amendment. 19A is an amendment. Virota. Now people, inhale. Do it some 500 times. Yes, Now see here. This was one amendment. They added this as one amendment. Now they added this complete thing as another amendment. Nice, no? ನೋ ಸರ್ ಆಗ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೌನ್ಸರ್ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. Hey, concentrate easy only. Now what do you mean floor price? Hey, what is base price da? I keep 0. And I'll keep. You cannot know. For that you need a justification. No, the justification is 19A. So floor price can at any given point of time cannot go below this number it seems. What is that? See here. The floor price of equity book building process or through fixed price as it shall not be less than highest of the following. You take all these numbers. Highest of the following. It cannot go below that. Now see here, concentrate. First one, volume weighted average price paid or payable for acquisitions by the acquirer along with person acting in concert during 52 weeks immediately preceding the reference date. Now you know what is volume weighted average price. What is that? Now imagine people they're telling you volume weighted average price paid by the acquirer in this company. Now what do you mean by that? Let us imagine people, we are giving a detailed public announcement today. In the last 52 weeks, concentrate. In the last 52 weeks, the person whomever we are calling as an acquirer, my question, has he purchased the shares of our company in the 52 weeks? Has he purchased? If yes, take the entire data of 52 weeks. Meaning, what is the number of shares purchased? What is the price at which he purchased? For the entire 52 weeks data. And once you have this, now you know what to do. Multiply. You need to take volume weighted average price. The total number divided by total number of shares. Now this becomes my volume weighted average price. Meaning what? In the last 1 year, he has purchased shares at 200, 225, 198, 250. Now I cannot just take everything an average. Quantities are changing. That's why what do I do? The total share into the price that day. I'll get one number. Everything I'll take. I hope you're understanding. Imagine if it is 250 rupees, I purchased 1 lakh shares. I'll do 250 into 1 lakh, I'll get a number. Like this, I'll do it for everything. Here, I'll do my total. Divided by total number of shares. If the total number of shares is coming to one number, I'll take that. You divide this, you will get the volume weighted average price of 52 weeks. Understood? Huh? That means what? Hey, acquirer, you only have purchased the company's price at this price as an average. You cannot give below that. Getting the intention? Okay, now see, next one. The highest price paid or payable for any acquisition by the acquirer along with person acting in concert during 22 weeks immediately preceding the reference date. What do you mean by that? People in the last 26 weeks, in the last 26 weeks, has our person acquired this share? In the last 26 weeks, before this particular delisting, has he acquired? If the answer is yes, in that, what is the highest price paid? Meaning, let us imagine I have done 10 trades, but one trade people, now imagine this we got a total of 240 volume weighted average price. But in the last 26 weeks people, one trade he has done. In that one trade people, the highest price he has paid is 275. One trade. The share had hit up, he has purchased at that time. He has paid 275. Is clear? All of you? That is what they are telling you. In 26 weeks, highest price paid by the acquirer for any acquisition. You know what? We do not have calculating the price in SAST. We did not see. What is the minimum price to be paid? Did we see? No. This is how you calculate. Just to give you logic, imagine in this 26 weeks, whatever is the highest price paid, you know what will be that price? The price paid by the acquirer to the promoters. In the case of Mindtree, L&T and Siddharth would have got a really crazy deal, no? That price will get captured here. Understanding? The price, the formula is same. Up to 4 points, the formula is same. 19A is an amendment. Until then, we used to refer it as read regulation 8 of SAST for calculating the price. We did not have a formula in this chapter. They came up with the formula. That's why it's a 19A. That's why I'm telling you the logic. Getting it? Okay. Third one, adjusted book value considering considering the consolidated financials as determined by an independent registered valuer, provided that adjusted book value shall not be applicable in case of delisting public sector undertaking. Now, what is an adjusted book value, people? Adjusted book value means nothing but now whatever is the assets minus liabilities, you get one number, you take your total assets, you deduct it by liabilities, you divide it by number of shares. If a company goes for liquidation, that is the money you will get. That is called as book value. Meaning minimum you need to get that much at least. If a company goes for liquidation, I know for a fact that number I'll get. Getting the logic. They're telling you book value. That is the third number. Getting it? And this is not applicable for a public sector undertaking. Okay. The fourth one, the volume weighted average market price for 60 trading days immediately preceding the reference date on the stock exchange where maximum trading volume of the equity share is recorded, provided such shares are frequently traded. What is this, sir? Now you have till now you took a volume average price of the acquirer buying. Now I'm telling people I am listed on NSE and BSE. In both the stock exchanges, you see in which highest maximum trading volume has happened. Imagine in NSE, 5 crore shares have been dealt. Imagine in BSE, 6 crore shares have been dealt. Now you take the data of BSE, which is having the highest trading data. So 6 crore shares, I will take that data. Now there you calculate volume weighted average market price for a period of 60 trading days. How do we calculate this? Day 1. In total, imagine 50 lakh shares were traded at a price of 230. You will get one data. Day 2, 62 lakh shares were traded at 232. You will get one data. Add all of this, x divided by y. Whatever is the number you get, this is called volume weighted average market price. Hello. Correct, yes. For now, yes, you take it like that, yes. I mean, there's another calculation for that. We don't have it. We have people in the volcano is coming. Now this understood, huh? Hello. So what are the 4 prices? How did we arrive at it? First one, 52 weeks of the acquirer. Volume weighted average price of the acquirer. Next one. 60 trading days. 26 da. 26 weeks of acquirer. Again in the company only. Third one now. Book value. Fourth one now. 60 trading days of a stock exchange having a highest trading volume. Hello. People. Now people. Amendment. Till now what we did is not amendment. The amendment. Now people, this is what they have added in 2025. The price determined by independent registered valuer itself. I think they may not ask a practical question for up to 1 or 2 attempts. If you're lucky, I don't know. That's why I'm taking a banana and I'm giving it to you. If they ask, it is your duty now. I'm explaining you every word because now we know theory as it is will be converted to practical. That's why I'm specifically telling each of the place how are we calculating it. So don't blink here. Okay. Independent registered valuer taking into account valuation parameters. Why is independent valuer coming? In kelsa ilva? Allah, this will come when the shares are frequently traded, heart rate, heartbeat is alive. So this is a reliable data. What if I'm taking all this data, but the share market of that share is dead? Where will you get data? Now you take Abdul Company's case. Where, I'm saying, do you have data? I don't know. Buy and sell, you said it's not happening. Now he will not get data at all. Now what number he will get? He will not get any number. Now in that case, what to do? That's why they had to think on that scenario. They came up with one formula, and that is why we have in the case where shares are not frequently traded. Please, hello, Mitro, please see here. Independent registered value are taking into valuation parameters such as book value. You guys were asking, no, how sir at the valuation, how will they do, sir? Shark Tank and all. One is called book value, comparable trading multiples, and any other customary valuation metrics for valuation of shares of companies in the same industry. Now, when I say any other, people will do whatever they want. So they said, okay, you do any other thing provided the adjusted book value of the company shall be calculated as below. Now, what is this, sir? See, they have come with one formula. See here. Now, what is the adjusted book value? Understood? We saw adjusted book value somewhere. Hello. So, people, now these what are that? 5 criteria you understood? 5 things. Whenever a share is infrequently traded, you are going with a valuation. That's the easiest one. What will we do? We'll go to one person, he will give, that's the report. Yesterday I was telling you, idida it was. 2.5 lakh valuation. This is how valuation comes into picture. Got it? You need to tell what is the price. But there are different methods, and for that valuation is again a registered valuer. It cannot be any random person. So they have their code of conduct. You will not get a random numbers and all if it is certified. Now, sir, in this 5 we have one doubt. What is that? Wherever we have written it as adjusted book value, we do not know how to exactly calculate adjusted book value. People started telling. We said, what do you mean you do not know? Take assets, you take liabilities, divided by number of shares. That's how you do. Sir, but we have a doubt in this, sir. What? In that assets, sir, should we take intangibles? Sir, in that liabilities, should we take contingent liabilities, which we do not know whether it has happened or not? Oh, there were some confusions. So they came with a formula. What is the formula, people? A plus B plus C plus D minus L is a formula. Minus A alla kandro, it is as below, it's starting point. Okay, va? Don't do my, please. The last thing that we want today. So it is A plus B plus C plus D minus L. What is that? A shall be the book value of all the assets. What is the difference between book value and market value? Correct? 10,000. Market value 1,000 rupees. That is what I can sell this pen at today. But book value 10,000. That's what we write it at. But of course, subject to depreciations. Correct? Yes, that is what is book value. Got it? Okay. So take all the book value of all the assets other than jewelry, artistic work, meaning anything that is painting or sculptures or ಏನಂತಾರ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೋಲಿ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು artistic work, shares and securities and immovable property. What they're telling you, take book value of all the assets. When you're taking book value of all the assets, in that take away these things. Do not calculate for this. What? Jewelry, artistic work, shares and securities, immovable property. Why? I'll tell you. For that we have a different calculation. For these 4, I mean apart from these 4, for all the other assets, it will be book value. Investments. Now imagine if I am a company, I am going for delisting. I have made some investments. Now I am Flipkart, I am going for delisting. I have made some investments in Myntra. That investments I am talking about. Okay, now understood? Okay, now see what is B. B shall be the price which jewelry and artistic work would fetch if sold in the open market on the basis of valuation report obtained from a registered valuer. Now gold is always marketed or valued at today's price. Same with artistic work. Again I forgot what is the word. Artistic. Painting. And what do you call the old items as the? Antiques. Antique items. If you look at book value, doesn't work. That's why. Understood? Gold also, why doesn't it work? You know for a fact, it is going, book value will always be lesser. Hello? Logical only, no? Yes or no? Okay, now see here. C. C shall be. Matthew C. Fair market value of unquoted, infrequently traded shares and securities as determined considering the internationally accepted valuation methods. If the shares are quoted and frequently traded on recognized stock exchange, the fair market value of such shares and securities shall be transaction value as recorded in such stock exchange as on the valuation date. Understood? Now, Flipkart has made some investments in Myntra. Now, my question is Myntra quoted or not quoted? Quoted means what, sir? Is it present on stock exchange? Not present on stock exchange. So let us imagine it's not presented. Then I do not have any place where I can take Myntra price from. Then where will I take it from? I will go to a valuer. Sir, Flipkart has invested in a company. Let us imagine Adani. Adani shares, quoted, not quoted. Is it available somewhere? Yes. They're telling you whenever you are doing this, that day, whatever is the number reflecting on stock exchange, take that number. Because I know, like this, if I go out and sell in the market, that is the price it is being traded. I can recover that money. Logical, that's why they're asking you quoted, not quoted. Same thing will apply for frequently traded and not frequently traded. Not frequently traded. Heartbeat illa. Where will I go and sell? So you will take it based on valuer's report. Sir, frequently traded. That means people are buying and selling. Then I'll take the price on this day whenever I'm doing this. That day, whatever is the price, I'll take that. Pyare Mitro, I hope you're able to understand. Please, please. Okay. D. Shall be the value adopted or assessed or accessible by any authority of the government for the purpose of payment of stamp respect of outside in the market property shall be determined. Understood? People, I have immovable property. I have land. I want to sell it. At what price can I sell it? Isn't it your discretion? Now you have a land. You want to give it to me. I know you will give it for some 100 rupees or something. Money from me? Understood? No, people, of course, no. You will sell your land to me at 100 rupees. No. Hey. Now, people, don't you think there is never a purchase consideration that is prescribed as minimum? Do they say you have to sell your land at 100 or you have to sell it at 1 lakh? There is no limit. Then how can I take it as book value? What they're telling you is you have to value your immovable property at that price at which you guys are registering in the registrar office, basically on which you are paying stamp duty. So now what is stamp duty? People are doing fraud there also. For example, anyone who purchased recently property? Anyone? You means I know that, hey, home only. Anyone? You purchased? Okay. Now this conversation is for both of you. You guys have purchased or sold? Purchased? Okay. Now let us imagine you guys have actually paid 1 crore. You might have paid. But what is the number you guys have shown on the paper? Is it the same 1 crore? I'll tell you one thing. I'll bet my career that will be not the same number. Pakka. Tell me. I know. Impossible. So, exactly. Market price is 1 crore. If you register your document at 1 crore, if stamp duty is say 6%, you need to pay 6 lakh to the government. And what will Indians do? Indians will always say, we registered the property at 60 lakh. So technically you are paying less stamp duty. It comes with a risk, huge risk. Imagine if at all tomorrow you have paid some advance. If property transaction does not go as you plan, what you can recover is what is there on paper. That's the biggest risk. And of course, cash of that extent is always risk. No, not you would have taken proper value. Yes. Definitely undervalued. Pakka. Okay, now see, understood, huh? So you need to take that government value. That's what they're telling you, government. Understood, huh? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Ah, yeah.
Reading will have the book value along with everything.
Correct. But land is also appreciating, no? You will never sell only building, right? So it will always come under that only. Yes, huh? People, yellow. L shall be book value of liability is shown in the balance sheet but not including the following amounts. People are here. Now, people, we got assets, huh? In assets, people, we are deducting the liabilities. Now, in that liabilities, you should not take these things, it seems. Except this, you take everything. What are things we should not take? The amount set apart for payment of dividends. In your total liabilities, on your liability side, you have kept aside some money in the form of contingencies or reserves, whatever you call it as. You have kept aside some money for dividend payment reserves. They're telling do not deduct it, since why? Remember, until a dividend is declared, it is never a debt on the company. Once the dividend is declared, it becomes a debt on the company. Until dividend is declared, nowhere it is written you have to pay. It is your discretion. Once it is declared, you have to pay. It is not your choice. That is when it becomes a liability, not now. Mitro, hey, logic I'm telling you, da. If you not sit, trust me. Chandana like built please. How many marks they last for? Chandana, how's the Josh? Illa sir, it has gone to Pakkat class. Reserves and surplus by whatever name called, even if the resulting figure is negative, other than those set apart, though understood, huh? People, reserves and surplus people, even though appearing on liability side, of course it is not liability. That I hope we know. Any amount representing provisions made for meeting liabilities other than ascertained liabilities, correct? Huh? Understood? Contingent liabilities, people, liabilities you have kept aside as a contingency. It has not yet happened. Without happening, how will you consider it as a liability? Da? I hope you are able to understand it. Contingency means what, people? I've kept aside thinking in the future something of this sort may happen. And you call it as contingent liability towards accidents. Has it happened? Then how will you deduct that money as liability? Forecasting. Understood? Any amount representing contingent liability other than arrears of dividend payable in respect of cumulative preference share. Basically nothing but people reserves. You guys keep aside, right? Some reserves and all. They're telling you those reserves also. Until it happens, it is still yours. It is not a liability. They're telling you all these things do not deduct from liabilities because they are not yet a liability. So you do A plus B plus C plus D minus L, you will get book value. Based on that, you will go here. LA. Adjusted book value.
Scroll down, you missed one point.
I missed it. I'm so sorry, people. Paid up capital of equity shares also will come here, people. Done. Logically think why, people. Equity shares does not come with a maturity. Preference share, why is it not added? Comes with a redemption. Understood? Mithun, understood? Okay. Now see here. Now you saw, na? Mithun! Now what you just calculated, Mithun, is floor price. Who will calculate indicative price, discovered price, fixed price? Who will do all that? Dikshita? Diksha? You changed your name? No? You guys just change off your name just like that? Okay? Now in a par. Now people, discovered price. What do you mean discovered price? Discovered price. Understood? What is discovered price? So people see here, There is 550 rupees is what we have given. Now this is called as floor price. There's only calculation for floor price. We got a floor price after doing all of this. We will take higher of the following. Higher we got, let us imagine is some number. We got 550. We did all of this, no, now. Tom. We did not, huh? So we got 550. I'm saying this is the floor price I got. The maximum I can go up to, I'm telling you 620. I'm not telling this is my band. I am telling floor, all considering all of this, I got 550. I can go up to 620. Now people bidding will start. Indicative price is what I have said. Company, highest one. So you can imagine, I cannot use the word. I cannot say upper limit. That's why I'm not using the word. Indicative price is the price which company says that is my maximum budget. You cannot take it as an upper limit. And now people bidding will start. Who fell? Someone fell? Tissue fell? Is it okay? Okay. All good? Okay. Now people see here. Hey people. Now people, Manoj calculated all this being a compliance officer of a company. Now people, it was a Mithun is like, sir, you removed Abhinaya? Abhinaya is another company, da. Yen yella company Abhinaya na. Kya da? Now people, 550 was floor price people, 620 was people indicative price. Now bidding started. Few people started bidding. Now Chandana, Abdul, Sam, they have done 560, 580, 600. Now Mithun people comes up with the price 790. Yes, so of course Manoj saw this bid. Manoj sent an emoji also. Yes, so people, now can this scenario happen? Maybe. Now when will this scenario be taken seriously? When my minimum delisting quantity is not met and my minimum delisting quantity is going beyond 620. No, I'm saying whatever I want to buy, 90% I need to buy, right? Public has to sell, no? Whatever, imagine even if it be 5%, I have to buy 90% end of the day. So I'm saying I've started taking bidding. Everyone is going beyond 620. 630 someone says, 650 someone says. End of the day, more than what is my maximum budget? Hello? Now people, this we call it. Now I know it is going for a higher price. Now I can do either of two. When it has gone maximum beyond my budget, I can say delisting comes to an end. I do not want to continue. Whatever is the money incurred till now, it is your headache. You need to take care of it. Expenses is on you. Sir, let us delisting till now. You have appointed Abhinaya, merchant banker, and all of that. You need to pay for it. Now let us imagine, sir, they also made a sensible move. They said 610 rupees is what is our maximum. We got 90% at this price. 90% building. So we got 610. Now we, you, me, by public, everyone got, we participated, we came up with the price, no. That's why we call this price as discovered price. Discovered price means what? That is a price that we arrived at. Hey, you mosquito. Idya ilva? See how sharp he is. Idan kela andre kelala. Mosquito, I caught, I saw, sir. April Fool. Now understood, Hello. Abhinay like, sir, it came here, same. Adene. Twins, okay, understood, Hello, Pakka. This is called as discovered price. Now people, Manoj still wants, he does not want to give up. He wants to fight with Mithun. I said, hey, Mithun, last chance. If not this, then die. I'll not come again. Mithun, last chance. My maximum budget I can go up to is 640. If not, die. That's all. Now, people, whatever Manoj came up with again from the company's point of view is called as competing offer. When a discovered price that has come from you, I'm not okay with it. I'll go for something called as competing offer. Hello. Pakka. Sure. So these are the different prices. For competing offer, there are some 5 changes that they have made. Amendment is there. I love capital markets. Break. Hey, break ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಸಿ ಅಡ ಬೇಗ. What? Matches brain? Okay, ಹಂಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಡೂ. Hey, once we are done with this, there is nothing in this chapter. Hey, adella I'm telling is chill rate. Kanna, this is easy. Don't tell me this is difficult. This is definitely easy. That you say I'll agree. Hey, is it difficult? Illa. You're saying, sir, how dare you? Illa no. Illa. Tell them Matthew, antava ma. Antava mava, antava mava. You are only that mava going forward. Name changed. Mava. Re mava ikkad chudra. Now people. Okay, first we'll go back and see some history and come back. Sir, beda sir, do one thing, finish it off. We'll leave this. Sir, we'll leave off this chapter. Hey, Sida. Nanda was asking us, sir, when sir you will do delisting? I heard lot of amendments have happened. These are amendments. People trust me. It took me full night. Because to arrive, regulations will not come like flowchart. After this will come. After this will come. So full night to arrange the process. Okay, first to CS. After that board, ChatGPT alla. Human effort. Yes, and after that I wrote it in one place. And after that I came to chart. But if you guys read from chart, it's good, more than sufficient. But wherever there are the floor price and all, you guys have to refer. If I write that also, we will be writing until your exams come. Okay, now read this. What were we doing? Sir, we were ignoring, you were teaching Allah. Correct, no? No? Seriously? Okay, people, fixed price, people, fixed price we didn't see at all. We saw? No. Fixed price enge irukku. Inge irukku. In case acquirer has proposed delisting through fixed price process, we have written there only, no? We wrote? 9th one we wrote? Okay. We'll do one thing. We'll first do up the chart and the reference points we'll go and do it from the book. Now see here. What is that? Okay, book building and fixed price method. Remaining 75% should be deposited before detailed public statement of the public shareholding part. Escrow account we saw. Detailed public statement contains price we saw. We had come to the pricing part. After fixing the floor price, which is determined as per regulation 19A. We have seen. Now we have come to floor price. Discovered price shall be determined by reverse book building process. So you will take 600 is over my discovery price. Now acquirer may provide as well as revise the indicative price, meaning I can revise also, may. Okay. Before bidding opens, acquirer is not satisfied with discovered price, he may give a counter offer within 2 working days of closure of bidding. I can give a counter offer when? If I am not okay with the discovered price. Note, acquirer shall be bound to accept the equity shares if the price as per reverse book building is equal to floor price or indicative price. Now I said floor price is 550. I said indicative price is 620. If the number is coming In this, I cannot reject the delisting. I have to go with it. I don't have a choice. I cannot. Yes, sir. Of course, it is left to you if you want to pay more. That provision is there. Now imagine the numbers came at 600. You are free to pay 620. That provision is there. You can pay higher than what is discovery price. No. Now clear, this rule shall not apply if discovery price is more than indicative price. What rule? The acquirer will not be bound to go ahead with the delisting offer. When the discovery price is more than indicative price. Indicative price was 620. Discovery price was 790. I am not bound to go ahead with the delisting. Hello. Okay. Fixed delisting. Sir, we came up to this point so quick. Okay. It shall be minimum 15% more than floor price as per this method available frequent. Understood? Now people, I have an option to go with the reverse book building or fixed price. They're telling you when you're going for fixed price, you have to make sure the amount that you offer as fixed price should be minimum 15% more than floor price as per regulation 19A. We got 550, you take 15% of 550, add that to 550, whatever is a number coming, that should be minimum number. You go beyond that if you want, but it cannot go less than that. Hello, all of you. So remember, fixed price method is only and only for that particular company whose shares are frequently traded. If frequently not traded, you cannot go for a fixed price method. Simple. Okay. Letter of offer shall be dispatched to shareholders within 2 working days from detailed public announcement. Bidding offer shall open within 7 working days of detailed public announcement. It shall be open for 5 working days. So what is the offer period? They're telling you it shall open within 7 working days of detailed public announcement. It shall be open for 5 working days. 5 days it will be open. Outcome of reverse book building process or fixed price is announced within 2 hours of closure of bidding or tendering. Once it is done, I will say what is the final price. We close that. The manager shall within 2 working days make public announcement of success or failure and disclose the discovery price. I'll say the delisting went through or delisting did not go through. If it went through, what is the price we settled it? Fixed price and quantity if not accepted. Acquirer shall bear such expenses, no further delisting offer until expiry of 6 months. If your delisting was unsuccessful. When will it be unsuccessful? 1. You did not get the quantity, meaning my post offer should be 90%. I just got 85%. That's all comes to an end. Next one, they gave discovery price more than my indicative price and I was also not okay with it. I gave a competing offer, they did not buy it. Price is not met. Delisting comes to an end.
So, what if they did not give any indicative price? They are bound to accept whatever price the offer is.
When indicative price is not there, then I will take all my calculations on floor price. Now you come with one number. Now on that I can give a competing offer if needed.
If it is 790 also, they can give competing offer.
Yes, because I don't have data. Clear? Okay, people, if accepted, hey people, perfect. Your delisting has come to an end. You have to return back everything and you cannot go for delisting again for the next 6 months. Hello. Same thing. Again, you need to go to 19A and you can calculate all that. That floor price that you have to calculate. I mean, you have to do everything again because 6 months data would have changed. People, if accepted, meaning what? You got shares also, discovery price also, everything is went, fruitful. Now people, minimum number of equity shares to be acquired post offer promoter shareholding along with PAC should reach 90% of total issued shares of that class. So when I'm taking total issued shares, I'm telling out of 1 crore you have to reach 90 lakh. In this 1 crore, you're not supposed to count these shares. Which are those shares? The shares shall be excluded. Which one? Shares held by custodians. Meaning what? Depository receipts you have issued. It is not converted to equity. So you count it as if it doesn't exist. Understood? Underlying equity, which has not converted to equity. They are holding depository receipts. Even they do not enjoy right to voting, nothing, no? So this does not exist. So do not count it in the issued shares. First one. Second one, shares held by employee benefit trust or SBI. We are counting it as non-promoter, non-shareholding. That's why we are not taking it in any calculation. So do not count in total issued shares. Shares held by inactive shareholders. Inactive means what, people? A company which is vanishing company. Meaning they have acquired our shares, but we are not able to find their whereabouts. Their promoters are not identifiable. Next one, struck off company. Someone has purchased, but the company itself is struck off today. Third one, shares transferred to IEPF. When some shares are there which does not belong to anyone, no one is coming claiming those shares. It's been 7 years. So someone has never claimed their shares for 7 years, meaning you have not claimed dividends, you have not claimed anything. We will transfer all of that to a fund, to an account which is maintained by government. We call that account as IEPF, Investor Education Protection Fund. In short, if there is a share which does not belong to anyone, that belongs to me, says government. For how long, sir? If it does not belong to anyone for 7 years, government comes and says, ye mera. Jo tera hai wo mera. No? Public announcement after closure of offer. Understood? People, public announcement after closure of offer. Everything is done, people. Now, and I need to make the payment, purchase consideration. I have taken noda, I have to pay noda. The telling discovered price, if it is less than or equal to floor price or indicative price, then people, how will we make the payment? We will make the payment as per secondary market settlement mechanism. Secondary market settlement mechanism means nothing but, people, normal stock market. They will sell there, you will buy there. Nothing but order matching mechanism. Yes, sir. Next one, people, if discovered price is higher than indicative price, when can that happen? When you have given a competing offer. When will discovered price be more than indicative price? Correct, huh? And you have accepted it. So they're telling you to make payment for that, you will be given some time, it seems. And how much is that? Should be made within 5 days of public announcement. Is it clear? All of you? Remaining shareholders have right to tender their shares with acquirer up to 1 year. Important point. What is that? People, only 90% is my minimum criteria. What about the rest of the 10%? They're telling you up to 1 year you can go anytime and sell the shares at the same price. Whatever these people got at the same price, you can also go and sell up to a period of 1 year. And next one, people, final application is to be made to stock exchange for delisting within 5 working days of payment. And the stock exchange is going to delist your particular offer. Hello. Yes. Now we'll go back to that. You wouldn't have actually collected. It's just the system where your shares will be just blocked. So if the delisting is unsuccessful, those shares will be unblocked. People, read this. Bega bega taka taka taka. Today call off and tell your roommates we'll be late anta. Call your roommates and tell you guys will be late anta. Call and tell da ilva. Okay, Amel you tell. Hey, okay, now see da. Option to accept or reject the discovered price or counter offer. Option to accept or reject the discovered price. Or regulation 22 speaks about counter offer. When I'm going for a counter offer, there are some conditions that you need to meet, it seems. What is that? See, The acquirer shall be bound to accept the equity share standard if we saw these two. Correct, Tom? If it is less than, you have to. More than, you can ignore. Agreed? Okay. Now see here. People, this is amendment. Yeah, sir, amendment. Let's start. ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? Hey, Sam, say yes, da. Sir, how do I say yes? You look at my eyes and you say whether should I say yes or not? Sir, night and all, I'll just see indicative floor price. I'll see my floor, I'll think of price only. I understand. Now, please, Mitra, I know you're understanding everything. I'm confident on it. Now, just the last one. After we'll go for a break. Yes, sir. Cheered up. Now, see, we came back. Oh, yes, sir. Now, people, before you feel way too happy, I'll tell you one provision. Regulation 22 relating to option to accept or now, people, in case of delisting through reverse book building process, a counter offer may be made by the acquirer to the public shareholders provided. Earlier, we just had a provision, you can make a counter offer, go home, done. Now they're telling you, Abhinay is like, sir, yen gotta, I should have written it in the previous attempt. Simply, now people, see here. So today, if you want to make a competing offer, there are some conditions you should have satisfied. Simple, people, I'll tell you the agenda. Imagine some two people came and said, we want to buy it at 690. Like we saw. My indicative price is 620. Some two people are telling 690. Now, should I take it up seriously? Now, I don't know how many people are even participating in delisting. What if some 5-6 people are doing all of this? I know for a fact it is already gone. Why should I even try? And it's all simply lengthy procedures. And we do not know whether it is going to work or not. So, for that, what they are telling, see here. So, you can give competing offer only if the post offer shareholding of the acquirer along with the shares tendered by the public shareholders is not less than 75%. What do you mean by that? Now, sir, the offer period is going on now. They are telling along with my shareholding, whatever the public has contributed, they have agreed, no? Some percentage they have agreed, no? At least some percentage. They're telling add promoter plus public. If your shareholding is coming to 75%, you have satisfied the first criteria. I'm not saying they have sold it off. I'm saying the people who have shown interest. Clear? Second one, not less than 50% of the public shareholding has been tendered. Meaning what, sir? In our case, that practical question, the total shares were 25 lakh. In this, 12,50,000 people should have already shown interest. Meaning 12,50,000 worth shares. Should have said we are okay, we are participating for that before competing offer. Then to convert these 12,50,000, you can go for competing offer. If this also you have not met, then they are telling you it's waste, don't go ahead. Because they are not showing interest in your delisting. Understanding? So one is 75. Next one is 50% of public shareholders should have participated. I'm not saying delisting has come to an end. At least they should have started in the bidding. They should have at least said we are interested. The counter offer in terms may be made within 2 working days of the closure of the bidding period. So 5 days is a bidding period. Done. 2 working days I can come with counter offer. Hello? The counter offer price shall not be less than. Breathe. Pressures went off. Do like this. Repeat what I'm telling. Inhale. Now repeat what I'm telling. Stress went off. Tell trust me, it works. Tell. Inhale. Close your eyes and inhale. If I see anyone opening, I'll throw the bottle. Inhale. Tell stress went off. Now inhale. See, it's working, right? Now again inhale. Inhale. Pressure went off. Inhale. Inhale. Now you tell. Now this will work. Trust me. Now last time, try. Inhale. All the concepts thought now went off. Went off, no? Actually went off, no? You are finding very fresh. Now I'll dump. Now see. People counter offer price shall not be less than higher of following. You take this, whichever is higher, counter offer should not be less than that. What is that? Volume weighted average price of shares tendered or offered in the reverse book building process. Volume weighted average price of the shares tendered or offered in the reverse book building process. What do you mean by that? That. So 550 shares, 2,50,000 people are interested. Multiply, you will get a number. 555, 1 lakh people were interested. You will get a number. Calculate karo. Number of shares divide karo. You will get a market price. Understood? Hello. Okay. So we arrived at that number. And the indicative price, if any, offered by the acquirer. Meaning what? Sir, I did that. That number is coming less than my indicative number. I know for a fact it will never work out. So I'm telling you that number or your indicative number, whichever is higher, your competing offer should not be less than that. Sir, we understood. Leave off. We understood. Then what is it? We understood. We are only telling what is your problem. Correct. We understood. Concept, picture clear agide. Something went. We don't know where. It went. Yes, sir. If the cumulative shareholding of the acquirer along with the shares tendered or offered by the public shareholder is less than 90%, volume weighted average price shall be calculated taking into account all the shares tendered or offered. What do you mean by that, people? Now, when I'm calculating volume weighted average price, the total shares that they have contributed along with the promoter shareholding, let us imagine is just coming to 85%. Because of course a competing offer, why am I coming up with it? Because it is unsuccessful. So I just got bid overall, adding mine. I got 85%. They're telling then do volume weighted average price for whatever bids you got. You have to do it for everything. Because we did not meet the requirement. If the cumulative shareholding, cumulative means what? Adding. We did know 2,50,000 plus 1 lakh plus. We reached at one place at 15 lakh. Shareholding is equal to or higher than 90%. The volume weighted average price shall be calculated taking into account the shares traded up to 90%. Understood? So if you look at this particular problem, in this problem, if you take cumulative, we definitely got 90%. When you add 2,50,000 plus best cumulative 2,50,000 plus 4. Correct? You're adding. So we got 90% here. Why do I have to take average volume weighted average price for this?
Because all of them were right.
So they are telling if you are getting it 90%, if you got it, then take volume weighted average till here. That's all. Because you got 90%, you will not go beyond that. Sir, what if my overall numbers I got itself is 80%? Then of course, with whatever data I got, I have to take everything. Simple, that's the explanation. Clear? Hello? Yeah, one more. No? 5 minutes break? 20, I'll go home and come and tell of 20 minutes. 10 see the indicative price is 10. Floor price is 2 minutes. Okay, if you want, we'll play that bidding game. Yes. When wife calls, wherever you have to lift off, no, illa andre gottalla. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈ ಗಾಡ್. ಓಕೆ ನಾವು ಸಿಯರ್
What time are you extending the class?
ಟುಡೇ ವಿಲ್ ಸಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೀ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ರಬ್ಬರ್ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ.
Tell my parents at this.
ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಯೂ ಹಬ್ಬಬ್ಬ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 15 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡೆಡ್. ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಯೂ. Tomorrow? People, we have to finish, what is that? The fraudulent chapter. If we can finish early, we'll go early. ಅದೇ ಬೇಗ ಆದರೆ at least people, because now today we'll not finish this. This also another 1 hour it will carry forward. That around approximately 3 hours. So around 4 hours. Okay, now see. Write down. Second one. Delisting. Sir, do you fear your wife? No, da. Recording her. I love my wife. It's recording. क्या रे? क्या question रे? Delisting from. Hey, every husband fears da. Power, yoma. Nari Shakti Guru Nivalla, yoma. Delisting from all except one stock exchange. It seems scientists were able to give a reason for everything except a girl's brain. I don't know. It's a saying. Scientists were able to give reasoning for everything except for a girl's brain. That's the problem. That's what we are also saying. Outsiders can't understand it. You only should understand. ಅದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ತಿರೋ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋ ಎಡಿಟ್. ಸಂಜನಾ ಬಗ್ಗೆನಾ? ಸಿಡಾ. In delisting also, for us to say delisting is complete, we need not get 100%. 90% is equal to 100%. So when Ganashruti said not everyone is same, sir, for us 90% is good. 90% is equal to 100%. Understood? If no, I'll give you one more formula. Delisting from all except one stock exchange, write off. Process? Process. Conduct board meeting. Pass board resolution. ನಿಮ್ದು ಮನೆ ಮಾತಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. PGನಾ? File an application. My Atma left me. File an application with the concerned stock exchange. With they online, no. If you guys are, if you can come out of from that shavasana, it will be literally good. File an application with the concerned stock exchange for delisting. The stock exchange shall pass the delisting order energetic. Yes, I am. Merappa Jai. Understood? That's why you should love your job. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. Understood? Then you do like this. Yo Shiva, done no space. Okay ವಾ. ಯಾವ್ದುಡಾ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಆರೋ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಇನ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್. At the end of the class, I'll give you one quote. Nice quote. Public notice in newspaper. English, Hindi, regional. Content, what I will give. Anna Mithunana. You will think of Shivaji climax and all in class. That too when writing only. And he will say, sir, I didn't copy, sir. Is being delisted. Reasons for delisting. We can start the classes from 1:30. Until what time you will be taking the you keep on 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. No? People, come on. Where there is a will. Yappadi. This is the quote I was talking about. No. My quotes are mine. This was for you, da. This is mine. Three. Al mele I have put 3. Hand brain coordination will go into 0. I'm 100% someone would have now been figuring out what is EHR. At least one. Someone would have at least one. Don't please prove me wrong. Abhinay, one also. List of stock exchange. List of stock exchange where company to be listed. Where company to be delisted. Wait 1 second. Stock exchanges from which company is being listed. Where company continues to be listed. Then after this, disclosure in first annual report. Today only go and revise this. Whenever you want, ma. I'll send you. I have to send second and 8. Now you guys got the other one, Yesterday, now I came and asked whether you got it. Which one was it? No, yesterday what was the chapter? 6th is it? IFSC. IFSC was, now you got it? Okay. Okay, after the end you let me know. I'll just take it and I'll send it. Anna, please. Anna, Robo, Chitti. 360 degree. You will cover everyone noda except me. Ad barkolale about such fact. See? Avul at least it returns 270. His will be going 360. Abhinaya? Abdul, what's up? Everyone you'll remember now only. You'll see Vigneshu, Nitin, no. He's like that one grandmother in the house who always takes account. Everyone irka, irka, ava irko, iva irko. And he says, "Ayyo, I missed the train." I'm 100% sure he's still writing the first process. Definitely. And after everything, he'll say, "Sir, Abhinaya scratch, sir." Daily. Then now, that's all. We have another two more. It'll be like this only. Adikyane concentrate on this. What? Now, people, we'll finish it off, but we have one more amendment. One process has been completely added. People, as a best friend, who's your best friend? Sai sir. You are not my best friend, but I should be your best friend. Simply like that. ಇವಳು ಹೌದಾ ಹೌದೇನಮ್ಮ understood? Okay, concentrate. Okay, now see here. This is now I'll tell you. Now see here. Hey, Palada. Delisting from all except one stock exchange. Why is it so simple? Hey, when you are coming out of all stock exchanges, you should worry. In any one stock exchange you are there. Why should you worry? You can still sell your shares. That's all. There is no explanation at all. What is it? You will pass a board meeting. File an application with the concerned stock exchange. I want to come out of NSE. The stock exchange shall pass the delisting order within 30 working days. Done. Public notice in newspaper. Content. Stock exchange from which company is being delisted. NSE, I am coming out. Where am I continuing? BSE, I am continuing. Why? It's becoming very high and expensive on pocket. Disclosure in first annual report. Whenever your year end is done, you will give one annual report. No, in that regarding this, you have to give a note also that we are coming out. We have delisted from this stock exchange. Everything about that. Post delisting, about such fact of delisting. So when you will give post delisting, about the fact of delisting. Done, done. Right up. Third one. Hey, online. You online. Day online. ಅಣ್ಣ ಲಿಖಿತ್ ಅಣ್ಣ ಇನ್ನೂ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ನನ್ನ ಜನ್ಮ ಧನ್ಯವಾಯ್ತು. ಲಿಖಿತ್ ನೈಟ್ ವಾಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್, ಹಂಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪಾಕೆಟ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಾರ್ ಪಕ್ಕ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಡಿಲಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ equity shares of small company given in regulation 35. Equity shares of a company may be delisted from all stock exchanges where they are listed without following chapter 4. If the answer is no, same thing also for what is small company. Small company is not what we have seen in Companies Act. Yeah, 3 conditions. A company having company having we have this, compulsory. Oh, dear people, afterwards remind me we did not do this one, obligations. That one thing is left. Okay, right on. If a company having paid up capital not exceeding rupees 10 crore and net worth not exceeding rupees 25 crore, net worth not exceeding rupees 25 crore as on last date of preceding financial year, number of equity shares traded on each such recognized stock exchange during 12 months preceding the board meeting 12 months preceding the board meeting is less than 10% of total number of shares of such class of company. Last one, not been suspended by any of the stock exchange in preceding 1 year. Copy. Hello. Then now, that on procedure. ఏమండి అంజనా గారు మిథున్ డన్నాడా హౌ కమ్ నో టాకింగ్ వెరీ నైస్ రియలైజేషన్ దట్స్ వై ఐ లైక్ మిథున్ హీ రియలైజెస్ వెరీ ఎర్లీ జస్ట్ ఆన్ ద లాస్ట్ డే వాట్ అ విఘ్నేష్ Tilda. Vignesh, today I didn't see Vignesh. ADMK. All of you guys are hiding. You're saying? One more content about him is there. What is that? Okay. At last you will tell me? Okay. You are not?
You will not get disappointed.
I will not get disappointed. What did you do to her? I'm okay to get disappointed, but kutti kunde. Okay, procedure people write down. I'll be writing 7. Appoint a merchant banker as a manager and decide the exit price. Not to be less than floor price, not to be less than floor price as per regulation 8 of SEBI SAST regulation. So in this, they have not yet updated. It is still regulation 8 only. But just on a safer side, I did not see it in any supplement, but tomorrow I'll again cross check and I'll let you know. Just let us have one confirmation. Yes. Acquirer. I'm just going in on 7 points. Acquirer shall send individual notice to public shareholders seeking consent for delisting public shareholders irrespective of number holding 90% or more of public shareholding shall consent to sell or continue to hold the shares even if they are delisted acquirer to complete the approval within 75 working days of first communication to public make payment between now write down make payment within 15 days within 15 days from expiry of 75 days. From expiry of 75 days. Failure to pay. Failure to pay. Penalty at 10% per annum. Stock exchange shall debit the shares upon satisfying the compliance with the regulation. Shall debit the shares upon satisfying the compliance with the regulation. Kopeda, hello. Done na? Now people, what is this delisting of small companies here? Now there are some companies who are listed on stock exchanges which are small. Now what do you mean by small? Small is not the definition what we see in Companies Act. Here they are telling you, if you are this, then you need not have to satisfy whatever the normal company satisfy. For you it's a easy exit route. And what is that? They're telling you, if a company has a paid up capital not exceeding 10 crore and net worth not exceeding 25 crore as on the last day of preceding financial year. If your capital is not exceeding 10 crore, net worth is not exceeding 25 crore as on the last financial year, you will be eligible as a small company. Second one, number of equity shares traded on each such recognized stock exchange during the last 12 months is less than 10% of total number of shares of such class of company. Now what do you mean by this, people? I'm basically telling you they are infrequently traded shares, less than 10%. So I'm saying these things and all are not required for them because they are not trading at all, less than 10%. The third option, not being suspended by any other stock exchange the last 1 year. If you're satisfying all three, we consider you as a small company. One is capital requirement, next one is infrequently traded, third one is no suspension. If that is the case, then they will come here. Appoint a merchant banker, decide with the exit price. What will be the price? And that price should not be less than whatever is as per. This is what I was telling you. Earlier we used to give a reference to SAST. I did not see any change that has happened, but still I'll confirm you again. Next one, acquirer shall send individual notice to public shareholders seeking consent for delisting. Any difference? Here, I'm not buying it out immediately. I'm asking a consent. And see here, public shareholders, irrespective of the number, it can be one person holding everything. Their number, majority, at least twice. Public shareholder, irrespective of number, holding 90% or more of public shareholding shall consent to sell or continue to hold. That means what? Irrespective of, see, you have two choices. Either you sell, you agree for that, or we will delist. You can continue to hold. There, if you continue to hold, I cannot delist. 90% has to be transferred. Getting the difference? Here, even if they continue to hold, you can still continue. You can still go ahead with the delisting. Next one, acquired to complete the approval within 75 working days of first communication to the public. You told that within 75 working days you have to complete. Make payment within 15 days from expiry of 75 days. Whoever has agreed. Failure to pay penalty 10% per annum. Now again one more beauty. Did I tell how much you need to acquire? No. Consent is 90%. Did I say how much post issue of promoter shareholding should be? No. That's why we call it as a small company route. Exit is easy. Sir, stock exchange shall delist, shall debit the shares upon satisfying the compliance with regulation. If I am happy, if you have satisfied everything, done. I will debit the shares, you are done. You are no longer listed. Simple, yes. That was the last one. Fourth one. Fourth only, no. Delisting of equity shares of companies listed on IGP. Near the lift you saw that KGF movie, Gold Box. Sam saw. I showed Sam also. That gold thing. That wooden boxes and all have been kept, no. AK-47. Dodama. Dodama Allah. Huh? Kalashnikov. Huh? Kalashkinova na. Tunoppa. Delisting of equity shares of companies.
Which wants to know what's there in the box?
Abhinay is like, why da you will tell my name?
You only ask them.
This one only, Vignesh. Kalashnikov. It is either gold or idu. Because it is kept outside, no one will get to know that it's gold. I trust you. No? Huh? You will call it IT. Agree bond. See, you try. Delisting of you never knew you could have made money. Now also it's not like give me. Huh? Careful with Vignesh. Why? What does he do? On box? No, that's okay. Huh? IT department will complain. ED. ADMK also complained. Huh? ADMK4. Four only da. ADDDMK. AI All India rank. Okay, all AID, All India Development Management. That's how full forms work. No, I is always international. D is always development. No, you do not belong to that generation. That's how my generation was. Approved by board of directors of the company. By the end of the day, either all of you will vote to AIADMK or Vignesh will not vote. Either of this should happen. Vignesh is like, I will never, next time I am only the candidate. Four ADMK, I told no. Sam told ADMK 4. 3 is not there. Tala for a reason. Sam need to pass special resolution through postal ballot provided votes by majority public shareholders are in favor of such exit మావా ఏం రా చేస్తుండవు lower price as per Regulation 8 of SAST plus delisting premium, if any, to be justified by acquirer post offer shareholding of acquirer plus pack 75% of total issued shares and minimum 50% of shares of public are tendered and accepted. Are tendered and accepted. Are tendered and accepted. Kopida. Done na? So people, IGP, Innovators Growth Platform. How can I delist? Simple itself. Delisting of equity shares of company listed on IGP. First to pass board resolution. Pass special resolution through postal ballot. One share is equal to one vote. Provided same condition. What? Votes in majority are in favor. What is it? Provided by votes, majority votes shareholders are in favor of such exit. What do you mean by that, sir? Public, if at all 30 people have voted, 16 people should have said yes. I'm not saying twice and all. So if I have got 20 votes, 11 of the public votes. 20 public votes you got. Majority of the public votes should be in favor. There it was double in all. Here that is not the case. Next one. Delisting price is based on floor price as per Regulation 8 of SAST. I'll just check once. Delisting premium, if any, to be justified by the acquirer. Whatever is the floor price, if you're paying more than that, why? To be justified. Post offer shareholding of acquirer, similar to competing offer, if you remember. That telling 75% should be my post offer delisting plus. In that 50% of the public should have participated. 75% of total issued shares and minimum 50% of shares of public are tendered and accepted. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you write up one more provision? We have anywhere 7 minutes.
Obligations get-
We'll do of obligations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, we'll finish all that obligations, which is there in your book. Okay, see here people, obligations of the company, when this entire delisting is happening, this is actually for the first one, voluntary delisting from all the stock exchanges. Simple things only. Upon receipt of the detailed public announcement, the board of directors of the company shall constitute a committee of independent directors to provide reasoned recommendation on delisting offer. So we give a detailed public announcement. If you remember, English, Hindi, and regional language. We give a detailed public announcement explaining when is our open offer, close date, everything we disclose there. After that is done, the board of directors, they shall form one committee, and the committee will constitute only of independent directors. They will take a call whether this delisting is going as per the interests of the company or not. Getting the point? What if it's favorable for people driving it? What if you're running away from some statutory obligation which is not right? So we are giving the entire in charge in the hands of independent directors going forward. Getting it? Next one. Committee shall provide its written reasoned recommendations to the board of the company, and in relation thereto, the committee may also seek external professional advice at the expense of the company. So we will give whether it is justified or not, this delisting offer. If needed, we can take an external opinion also if we do not have the expertise. The committee of independent directors, while providing reasoned recommendation on delisting proposal, shall disclose the voting pattern of the meeting. So imagine 3 independent directors were there. How many of them agreed? How many of them disagreed? That voting pattern should also be disclosed in that particular in the report. That's simple. Checking. Following illa anta. Okay na. They are giving us a message. It's 9:10. Leave anta. The company shall publish such recommendation of the committee of independent directors publish along with details of voting pattern at least 2 working days before the commencement of bidding period. You give a detailed public announcement. Within how many days will the bidding open? 7 working days?
Yeah.
Correct. You're almost there. And how long will the bidding be open for? 10? Almost there. 5 working days. Almost same. 7 minus 5, 2. That is what you said. 2 plus 5 plus Dhoni, Talla, we'll all read. Correct? In the same newspaper in which detailed public announcement was given. So even this report will also be published. Clear? This is the obligation of the company. Obligation of the acquirer. Who is the acquirer? Either an outsider who is acquiring, taking over the company, or promoter. Nothing. You make sure you have firm financial arrangements, whatever disclosures you are giving, true and fair, no misleading information, that only will be there. Prior to making initial public announcement, ensure that you have made firm financial arrangements, meaning first money should be there, only then go for this particular delisting offer. If you don't have money, what will you do? Huh? The acquirer shall ensure that contents of initial public announcement are true, fair, adequate in all aspects, not misleading. The acquirer and the persons acting in concert responsible for fulfillment of the applicable obligations under these regulations. All of them are jointly liable. Everyone should make sure this is fulfilled. The acquirer shall ensure to acquire the shares offered by the remaining public shareholders at the same price. Correct? 1 year. What is 1 year? Whatever the people remaining. Done. The acquirer or person acting in concert with it shall sell the shares the company. No acquirer or person acting in concert with it shall sell the shares the company during the delisting period. You need to read it like this. No acquirer shall sell. When we start, meaning what? When delisting is going on, acquirer cannot sell his shares. We'll do one more. 1 minute ಇದೆ. Hey, I'm not like your PG fellow, da. I should. Okay. Done now. Okay. Write down, people. So we wrote 3, 4 we wrote. So the 5th one, write down. Compulsory delisting. Hey, Matthew Anna. When did you come, da? Compulsory delisting. How is it made? Compulsory delisting. How is it made? A recognized stock exchange a recognized stock exchange a recognized stock exchange as a penalizing measure for not complying with listing agreement. Online no, with listing agreement, they will pass an order. Pass an order to delist the equity shares of listed company. To delist the equity shares of listed company. Now when I say pass an order, who will pass? Such decision shall be taken by a panel. Now when we say panel, we should know what do you mean by panel. The panel here means panel constitution. Who sits in this panel? Who will sit? Panel constitution. Take a guess, easy to guess. Chairman, one is correct. Members, okay. Who will they be? Part-time, full-time?
Appointed by SEBI.
SEBI, one will be appointed by SEBI.
Rank of some officer in the law.
Correct. Not less than 2. Ministry of Finance. Okay. Right on. Illa. Right on. All of which was wrong. Chandramouli is like, sir, you know what? Whether I will understand capital market questions or not, I don't know. But I will understand when your answers are right or wrong. Yen crack ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರಾ? Two directors of recognized stock exchange. One of whom shall be public representative. Next one, one representative of investor associations one representative of MCA or ROC. Roshan, when did you come down with Matthew? Nowadays, you and Matthew are bonding too much. What happened? Huh?
What is it?
Yeah,
he was saying that.
Executive Director. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಬರೀರೋ Yesterday Roshan was telling Matthew is giving some what is that advices and all, health advices or something, exercise and all. No, he's telling, he's advising him on some sleep timings and all, and he is advising some nonsense, and he's following it. Friend,
What I meant is if you have a very bad sleep body clock and all, so do a 24 hours, like sleep, don't sleep for 24 hours.
see,
And then on the next hour, then you start sleeping. Then your body clock.
you should have become PhD in this sleep psychology. He's telling he's not able to sleep. He's telling don't sleep for 24 hours. And it seems body cycle of sleeping will reset. And then you can sleep anytime you want. It's so easy.
Phone is not working, we'll restart.
ಯಾರೋ ಸಿಕ್ತಾ? ಈ ಪೆನ್ ಬೇಕಾ ತಗೋ. 4 ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ನಂಗೊಂದು ಕೊಡ್ರು. ಲಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತಣ್ಣ ನೋ ಈ ಕಡೆ. ಅಯ್ಯವ್ವ ನಾಚಿಕೆ. Okay, Rota. So people, compulsory delisting. We have grounds for delisting. We have procedure. Now people, compulsory delisting, how is it made? It's not an option. It's a compulsion that an order is passed. It is passed by the stock exchange, not SEBI. Why will the stock exchange pass a delisting order? Because there is listing agreement which you have not complied with. Now, because you have not complied with it, of course, there will be reminders, there will be penalties. The last option that the stock exchange would do is passing a delisting order. And that's why the words used are may. A stock exchange may. So, it's not a mandatory thing. And when and all, we'll see, grounds are there. So, sir, a recognized stock exchange as a penalizing measure for not complying with listing agreement, they will pass an order to delist the equity shares of a listed company. Now, such decision shall be passed by stock exchange. You can be biased. You might be favorable. All of this can also happen. So that's why you need to constitute one independent committee. And we call that committee as a panel. So the panel, who and all sits in the panel? These people sit in the panel. The panel is constituted by 2 directors of the recognized stock exchange. In that, one shall be appointed or nominated by the public. Generally, the company whichever is getting delisted, they will only participate. For our rest of us, we don't care. Yes, sir. Next one representative of investor associations. Imagine AMFI. Imagine any other associations. So one person from there will come in and sit on this particular panel. The third one representative of MCA or ROC. The last one, executive director or a secretary of recognized stock exchange. These people will sit in the panel. They will pass an order. They will take a call whether we have to delist or not. Simple? Yes? Okay. Right on, next one. Grounds for delisting. Grounds for delisting. Grounds for delisting. This is given in section 21A of Securities Contract Regulation Act 1956, read with Securities Contract Regulation Rules Securities Contract Regulation Rules 1957. As per this, we'll be writing 6 points. The first one, company, 6 points, incurred loss for 3 consecutive years. 3 consecutive years and has a negative net worth. Securities suspended from trading for more than 6 months. For more than 6 months. Securities are infrequently traded for 3 years. Company or promoter or director convicted for failure to comply provisions of the Act, regulations or rules and awarded here doesn't mean you got Padma Bhushan and all. Fine of minimum rupees 1 crore or imprisonment of 3 years. Online online. Address of company or promoter or director are not known or false. Minimum public shareholding comes below the minimum level required. And fails to increase it within time. Copy down. Copy down. Dana? Okay, right on. Nothing da. Applicable to everything I'm writing, that's all. Right on. Stock exchange may delist a company on any of the above grounds result of which company, promoter and director shall be jointly liable to purchase outstanding shares from public. Appeal can be made within 15 days to Securities Appellate Tribunal by listed company or aggrieved investor. Kopida. Done. Now ಆಯ್ತಾ? Done. Other than all left, I don't know. ಯಾಕೆ ಸುಷ್ಮಿತಾ ಎಲ್ಲರದ್ದು ಟೂ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಯಾ? ನನಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಬೇಕು? ನಾನಾಯ್ತು, ನನ್ನ ಕತೆ ಆಯ್ತು. Inauguration? I didn't go da. I had one more function. I got to know yesterday night. And I had to go. Adike I didn't sleep at all. Full sleep bartide. You know cousins know how functions happen. Drinks day. ಶಾಮ್ಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇರ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಬಂದ್ವಿ. You know no expectation versus reality. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ಇದು ರೀಲ್ಸ್. ಇನ್ ರಿಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಚೇರ್ ತಗೊಂಬಾರೋ, bring that box da, arrange the chairs da, pick up and drop da, idda ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೈಟ್ ಫುಲ್ ನೋವು ನಿದ್ದೆ. ಅತ್ತೆ ಮಗಳು ಹೇಳೋ, ಅತ್ತೆ ಮಗಳೇನೋ ಅಂದ ಕಳ್ಳ. ಲಿಖಿತ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ ಬಿಡು. ಲಿಖಿತ್ ಓಕೆ ಕಬಿಡ. In my home also, my home alla, it's a universal thing. Avella only for Instagram ಅಷ್ಟೇ. What is that? Cousins and all, same color and all, will do like this now. I don't know now it is changing or what. It's changing now, huh? Yes. Okay. People, grounds for delisting: company incurred loss for 3 consecutive years and has a negative net worth. I'm not telling if you're a loss making company you have to get out. I'm telling company may consider, stock exchange may consider. Now if they pass an order, If stock exchange is not okay with it, if they are saying that we are undergoing a strategy that make losses for 20 years and then die, if that is your strategy, then you follow. You can go for an appeal. Appeal is always there. Sir, company incurred loss for 3 consecutive years and has a negative net worth also. Again, I'm saying all of this is company may. I'm not saying they will. Stock exchanges may. Next one, security suspended for trading for more than 6 months. Suspension. Anything more than 6 months may be one of the ground for delisting. 6 months is a way bigger time, way huge time. Yeah. Securities are infrequently traded for 3 years. For a stock to be called as infrequently traded, we need only 1 year data. I'm saying in the last 12 months, not even 10% of my shares were traded in 1 year. Meaning, now imagine if my total shares are 200 crore, 10% of is 20 crore, and 20 crore shares are not traded in 1 year. I'm saying Infosys and all will hit 1 crore in a day. So that is the meaning of frequently, infrequently. And if you are infrequently traded for 3 years, they may take a decision for delisting. Company promoter, directed, convicted, you did something, you are caught also, and it is proven also. For failure to comply with provisions of Act, rules, or regulations. In this, there is something that you have not done a non-compliance, whether in Act or rules or regulations. And for that, they have recognized you. They have been giving you an award also. And how much did you receive? Cash money. You are receiving. So minimum 1 crore rupees you are supposed to pay, or imprisoned for at least 3 years. Then I'm saying I have a right to make sure that you are delisted. Meaning the offense can be something really big. Because when will we go for 1 crore? It's 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 crore. And all the penalties, if I'm not wrong, from first chapter to this chapter, we have always been seen the penalty will be 1 lakh, 2 lakh. We have never touched 1 crore. Correct? Except, of course, insider trading and all, there also 15 lakh in one case we saw. I'm saying maximum is there. But I'm saying, did you ever see in our penalties? It has always been revolving less than 10 lakh only. So if 1 crore is touched, then you have done something papa only. Yes, sir. That papa is so papa that if at all you go in that kumbh, the water will get polluted. That much papa you would have done. Yes, sir. Huh? Address. Matthew, na? Yeah. Address of company or promoter or director are not known or false. Can I say something like a vanishing company? Yes. Minimum public shareholding comes below the minimum level required and fails to increase it within time. I told you one person, they did it, that was Patanjali. Patanjali was around 19.8. You have to push it to 25. That is the minimum requirement. Yes. Stock exchanges may pass a delisting order on the above grounds. Any one also. I'm not saying all. Company promoter or director shall be jointly liable to purchase outstanding shares from public. No 90, no 75, no nothing. They are telling you have to buy. So if 100% is they are selling, 100% you need to buy. Last one, sir, appeal can be made within 15 days to SAT by listed company or any aggrieved investor. You can go for an appeal to SAT. Right on. Procedure for delisting.
It will be the third topic.
So we wrote, first one was how, second one is grounds, the third one is procedure. Procedure for delisting. Aunda. ಯಾಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಕುಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದಾರ? ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತು ಕುಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ? ಇದೆ ಏನೋ ಇದೆ, ಏನೋ ಇದೆ. Okay, right on. Procedure. I'll be reading two. One is events. Next one is working days. One is events. What do you mean by events? Engagement, marriage. Saku, nilspidi. That's all. Stop there. I don't want any more events. Huh? Increase the country's population. What? Titina. Panel constitution. First you will constitute a panel within what days and all is not there. And then you will give a public notice. You will give it in English, Hindi, regional. Given by stock exchange. Given by stock exchange. Inviting objections. Inviting objections. This will be given on the X day. So basically this is nothing but first day. X. Yakda? Sir, X. Pavan on the small flashback ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು X ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಸವಿ ಸವಿ ನೆನಪು ಇನ್ನೂ X ಆಗಿಲ್ವಾ ಅಂದೆ X. Hey, if at all I look at each of you like Rocky Bhai only you guys are. ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ you have prequel, sequel. ಗೊತ್ತು 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 ನಂದಾತೋ started account in school only. Chocolate boy, white chocolate boy. Nanda, Nitin, Mithun to is running one academy on there. Minimum. Mithun Pakka, no doubt. Then, see, now we will all look at you. You should not smile. Representative by the aggrieved person. See, the first one is X plus 1. Sorry, X. That is Nanda. X plus 15 math. Mithun. Math is yet to come, wait. Sida, Mithun's is a team. Matthews is a family. Head on fourth one. Appointment of. See, Matthew came. Appointment of independent. Matthew came. Appointment of independent valuer to determine fair value of shares. Fair value of shares. And accordingly, delisting order will be passed. Delisting order will be passed. This is Matthew. X plus 30. He's saying Matthew plus 30. That means Matthew is the X. Lot of work. Fifth one, public notice. Public notice to be given. Public notice to be given after delisting order. After delisting order, the first these three guys are saying, what are they talking about? You don't know your classmates. All idiots. Not even one fellow is also good. That's why I always say, if you want to see what karma, papa now looks like, you just unlock Matthew's phone. You'll know. Intimation to. In that first chat only will be with Roshan. Intimation to other. Chandramoni also. Huh? Well, of course. You have been his longest neighbor, huh? Roshan just went to the last bench. See the development. Intimation to other stock exchange where company is listed. Where company is listed. X plus 31. Mithun reminds me of school days only. He's telling, don't shake, bench is shaking. I'm not even. Day. They're writing on my uniform, sir. Hey, where is ADM kid? Huh? He left? From where? One day when what is it? One student had messaged, what is that? Sir, I promise, sir, this attempt I'll pass away. I said, please don't do things like that. This attempt I'll pass away. Listed. Next one, sixth one. Price to be paid. Price to be paid by promoter. Price to be paid by promoter to acquire and one more student also. One day, one parent had come to drop the student. The student wished me, then I came in. Somehow my ears, it will be somewhere 360 degree. The parent was telling me, yeah, you are teacher. Patanjali. Within 3 months of delisting. Now I don't have much beard. That time I had more. But then first model I had.
First model I was recording.
Ah.
My father saw me listening to the class.
He said, do not get influenced.
And then he asked, which is your mother tongue? I told her, I guess it's Telugu or something. And why does he look like Rowdy?
Rowdy.
All this beard and all. I mean, he is like what?
Yeah.
He's like,
No, that is correct only.
he's like 55 or 60. He doesn't like the beard.
No, that's correct. That's how you should be. My dad compares me to Osama bin Laden. So your dad is at least compared to Indian rowdy. Not as brutal as my dad. So for me, the highest revolting point to grow beard was society. I came with this much beard. I said, first take it off. I said, I'll not take it. That revolting nature, no? If I go back, that is that one point where I can recall. Every time I come up with a beard, they say, why go and shave it off? I said, I'll not. And trust me, I don't know, I have only not seen myself without beard. It's been, ever since my college days, I have always had beard. And I'm telling you, I've gone to my colleges with beard.
They don't say that.
Yeah, it's saying Allah. I was a very bad. I'll tell you one thing. Now, whatever you see me, something you'll have a preconceived notion. You just go back on the 12 years in life. How this person would have been. Yes, sir. That. Where do you pick that from there? Instagram. It was. Oh, is it? That pic is there on Instagram. Huh? So, so if I go back that time, that's what I'm saying. I was a very pain student for a teacher to have in class. 101%. Never have they ever enjoyed me being inside the class. I've been scolded all crazy things. 101%. So I was basically against this education system and all. You can imagine in 2014, I was going around, sorry, in 2011, I was going around in classes and I used to say, come out, you guys are studying commerce the wrong way. You have to get out and study. And I was going for student movement and all. I was telling them you have to go and participate more into forums, associations, fests. Classroom does not teach you commerce. So one day my dean had called me and said, this person is bringing down the reputation of this college. He had, have you ever been suspended? I have been suspended also. Principal had called me and suspended for 1 week. So in all the places, my number only I had given. So I used to get a call and all. So, and even today, I'm not saying what I was preaching was wrong. I still mean the same thing only. I still cannot understand how commerce is taught inside the classroom. How can I teach you marketing inside the class? Marketing is something what works for a person overnight with one crazy dream, that's all. And what works for one will not work for everyone. We just have to keep on trying, something will work, and that is the strategy, that's all. And we have theorems for that. Some author, someone on Yavano, it will be foreigner only. You have seen always, so and so person says, and we have inverted commas. I'm saying, why should we come with that, all of that? That is what I used to say. We gifted nicely from everyone. So that time and all, it was crazy having good beard style and all. So I used to every week new beard style. So that time Singham was going on. I'd gone, you can imagine, to the class. I'd gone with this Singham class. My one traditional teacher, next year he was about to retire, 59, 60 years. That day he did not do accounts at all. He was literally so much irritated. He used to say, everything. Nowadays generation are there. They don't know how to keep themselves presentable. So all that used to come. And one funny fact with that person was, he's an accounts teacher. He turns that side and he writes. We'll be writing, he'll be dictating, right? When he dictates a number, he'll say, equity capital 1 lakh, we'll write up 1 lakh. 50,000, hey, 2x we'll write up, no, okay, 1,50,000. 500 and, yaar guru, And boys also. I don't know now, I don't know what they call and all. Boys will never respect teachers. By mistake also, they will never ever address a teacher with a plural thing. Never. Him, he. In Kannada, avanidan nodu. Sam to sir, you don't ask what and all I'll say. Venada Sam, delicate heart. Okay. So that's when I always say, you should speak, but speak 500 meters away from academy. My ears are sharp. See here. Now, okay, see here. Procedure for delisting. Events. Panel constitution. First we'll consider panel. You come up with a public notice. Stock exchange only will come up with the public notice. The public notice will be given on the first day. And after that, sir, representations, if any, by aggrieved people will be sorted. So if you are an investor, you can give your suggestions. Accordingly, the call will be taken. So that is what is X plus 15. So within 50, basically what do you mean by that? Within 15 days, you need to give your suggestions. Appointment of independent valuer to determine fair value of shares, because we are not following volume weighted nothing. So they're telling you, just to keep it fair, appoint an independent valuer. They will arrive at the price. Delisting order will be passed within X plus 30. Public notice to be given after delisting order. Intimation to other stock exchanges where company is listed. NSE will intimate to BSE. We have removed this company from our stock exchange. Price to be paid by promoter to acquire the equity share within 3 months of delisting. Purchase consideration to be finished off. Clear? Yes. This is your compulsory delisting. In compulsory delisting, just see this one thing they have given. Guidelines for compulsory delisting. Recognized stock exchange shall take into account grounds prescribed as per Security Contract Regulation Act. Correct? Huh? The recognized stock exchange shall take all reasonable steps to trace the promoters of a company. Agreed? Because they need to buy the shares. The recognized stock exchange shall consider the nature, extent of alleged non-compliance by the company and the number and percentage of public shareholders who may be affected. So it's not that day one only they will pass off the order. Yes, sir. Next one. The recognized stock exchange shall take reasonable efforts to verify the status of compliance with the provisions of Companies Act and rules and regulations made thereunder by the company with the office of the concerned ROC. You are checking the compliances not only as per listing agreement. What is your status as per Companies Act? Annual filings, financial statements, we will check everything. The names of companies whose equity shares are proposed to be delisted and their promoters shall be displayed in a separate section on the website of the stock exchange. Correct? It is just like a notice board. Whenever you are visiting, you will clearly have it. The companies under red list, or the companies under dissemination board. So we'll keep a separate segment. In that, all your names will be reflected. Next one, sir. If delisted, the names shall be shifted to another separate section saying that the company is delisted from our platform. The recognized stock exchange shall in appropriate cases file prosecutions under relevant provisions of Securities Contract Regulation Act or any other law against identifiable promoters and directors of the company for alleged non-compliances. Meaning, as per the appropriate case, delisting is to for sure. That doesn't mean that whatever penalties that can be leviable by the stock exchange and the company or the promoters, the directors, that will not be exempted. Delisting is for not following the law, but you also have something called as penalties also. That is also there. The last one, sir. The recognized stock exchange shall in appropriate cases under Companies Act file a petition for winding up of the company or make a request to the registrar to strike off the name of the company from the register. In appropriate case means what, people? If we feel that the company has been absolutely doing non-compliances in every part, we think that they should not survive at all. So what they are telling, we will delist you also, we will only file an application to wind you up also, meaning delisting is just going out of the stock exchange. Winding up is putting an end to your company form of character. Clear? So that also we can take. That step also we can take. Clear? Simple? Okay. Companies to strike off the name of the company from the register. That's what. After you have wound up, the registrar of companies will take away your details from their records. Agreed? Okay. IGP we saw. Yes, people. Now this will not be there in your book. 38A again added as per June 2025 amendments. It is applicable for June 2025 and then on. Delisting of equity shares of a listed investment holding company pursuant to scheme of arrangement. Now, people, they have introduced some new terms as well as new procedures. Now, what is this type of delisting? Try to understand. Delisting of equity shares of a listed investment holding company. First, try to understand what you mean by holding company, investment holding company. There is a company in the top. This company has no business activity of its own. They won't do anything. Then what is their job? They come in with a lot of subsidiaries or associate companies under them. Now imagine there can be one X, there can be one Y, one Z. Now whatever is the money that company A raises, that money will be split into these three companies. The activity will be done by these three companies. So I do not have any activity of my own. My only activity is to just make an investment. So the company will just give an investment and XYZ will run according to that particular investment. They will start running their business. Now this company A was listed on a stock exchange. One of the example I can give you is there is something called as HDFC Investments Limited. They will not do anything. On the top they will list and under them they come up with multiple subsidiary companies. If you remember in NBFC I had shown you one model, Aditya Birla Capital. I told you they are, what is that, non-operating holding company, Aditya Birla Capital. They have a net asset size of 3 lakh crore. Under them they have crazy number of companies. The top they do not do anything. You can imagine like Tata, I'll just form something called Tata Sons in the top. And all the Tata shares will be held by this particular entity. Why would someone do it? Because to give a perpetual succession to their shareholding. Now a person may die, but Mukesh Ambani's family do not follow this. It is still a family held shares. But some companies follow this. For example, Bill Gates. Bill Gates has formed something called as Gates Foundation. He has liquidated a lot of his personal holding to this. That has happened. Few people follow inheritance. Few people do not believe in it. What do? They create a company. They will transfer all the shares to that. Both the models exist in India. Best example is that HDFC Investments, Aditya Birla Capital. It's a NBFC, and what is that? It's a non-operating holding company. And what is that? One more thing, da? It's a very important, systemically important NBFC. I'm saying a asset size of what? 3 lakh crore. You can imagine how huge amount I'm speaking about. I'm getting the point. Now this company will not do anything. So till today what used to happen now? Now imagine like this. Company A is listed company A. That means what? It's a listed company. 25% will be with public for sure. So now what is happening? We had listed company A. We realized that we are not doing any activity. Let us delist our shares from the stock exchange. So company A has decided to come out of the stock exchange. Now what is the problem? The problem is, people, if company A is delisting, it is coming out. Company A has no activity of its own. Now what about people who has invested money into this company A? What about them? So what have they come up with a new concept? Whenever a company which is a holding company, investment holding company, if that is listed on a stock exchange and if they are getting delisted, now let us imagine company A has invested in company X. Some amount of shares they have invested. In company A, there is one more person called as, say for example, Matthew. He has invested in company A. How much has Matthew has invested in company A? Let us imagine Matthew has invested 1% in company A. Now company A is getting delisted. What will company A try to do? Now once I am delisted, there is no point in you holding my shares directly. So what will I do? Now company A will allot 1% of shares in company X directly in the name of Matthew. Whosoever was holding shares in company A and company A was holding in other company, in the same proportion, we will transfer those shares directly in your name. Proportionately. Every company. Now let us take three examples. Company X also, let us imagine is a listed company. Can happen, huh? Company Y is an unlisted company. Can happen, huh? Now C is just a real estate. You have just taken some assets. Now listed company, you know for a fact can be traded. Now people, whatever Matthew's holding in company A will be transferred in company X. Now going forward, Matthew will hold shares directly in company X because it is listed. Public. Promoter I'm not speaking about. I'm speaking about Matthew as a public only. Now this one you understood, huh? Sir, company Y, sir, company Y is an unlisted company. Now I know for a fact I cannot trade in those securities. Now what will we do? Whatever is the value of company Y, that value people, we are going to settle Matthew in cash. Because we know for a fact we cannot trade them. Real estate to assets people, we will settle it in cash. Now this concept is what they have introduced. Now that is only called as delisting of listed investment holding company. Got a fair idea, na? That is what will be there. They have added it. May be important from June 2025 concept. Out of all, this can be a little important one. This one is short only. Second thing is what is that? The pricing part. Look out for that. But even now, if I have to say for June attempt, in between pricing and this, I would say this is more important. And this is the new amendment. Pricing part will become more important the day when they dig in and they ask practical questions. Or else they cannot test much about there. Or they can ask you what is the different prices. What is floor, what is discovered, what is competing, and what is indicative. We have so many prices. That is a possible question. If I was a person, I would have asked that. Not even once it has been tested. Agreed? Okay. See, investment holding company means a company which holds investment in listed or unlisted companies or holding assets other than such investments. We saw all three, yeah, ABC. If you want, you can write down this also somewhere. Example, this one. I'm saying this is investment holding company. Now this can be listed, one can be unlisted, one can be real estate. Example. Now listed, these shares will be transferred. Unlisted will be settled in cash. This also takes the same thing. Settled in cash. Online no. Oh, online no. Kopeda. Of unlisted company.
Instead of giving to unlisted company Y and Z, can they give extra subsidy?
But they should have enough capital, right? And they can only give that much to the extent what they hold. Let us imagine company A has invested in company X up to the extent of 20%. I can settle it only to the extent of 20%. Proportionate. If at all, see, if 20 people holding 20% in A, and that is what we are holding in here, then we can settle it accordingly. What if too many people are there? We will settle it proportionately. Pro rata, basically. Done now? Okay, now see here. That I didn't send? Okay, I'll send it. Nothing contained in these rules shall apply to delisting of equity shares of an investment holding company. Nothing contained in these rules means whatever we have seen till now. will not apply to delisting of investment holding company pursuant to a scheme of arrangement by an order of a court or tribunal. How is this delisting happening? They're telling you this delisting is happening as per an order passed by a court or a tribunal. So when can that happen? Imagine it can be an NCLT or any such thing, scheme of arrangement. It can go back to 230 or 232 for company law. Delisting of equity shares made under sub-regulation 1 shall be undertaken in the following manner. How? The listed investment holding company shall transfer the equity shares value as calculated on a net pro rata liabilities. That is, you need to also deduct liabilities also, you need to account for that, held by it in other listed companies. I hope you are understanding. This is X, this is A. Correct?
No, sir, it's the opposite.
Oh, our listed company was A, is it? So sorry. My God. Accident would have happened. Correct? Yes, to its public shareholders. Correct? You guys asked the promoter publica to the public shareholders in proportion to their shareholding. Whatever I hold here, according to that, I'll get settlement here. Agreed? Same thing. Shall make payment in cash for unlisted and other assets. Correct? Hello. Next one. Public shareholding of the listed investment holding company shall be extinguished upon transfer of the underlying shares mentioned. Make sense? What is happening? This company is getting delisted. Company A. So, in this company A, we had all these investments made. No. Let us imagine in company A, 25% was held by public. Now what they are telling you, whatever investments you have made in X, Y, Z, for X you are giving them direct shares, for Y you are giving them cash, for Z you are giving them cash. They got something in return, no? So they are telling you, after you get that, delist of, now the public shareholding part will come down in the all the above procedures. Don't you think that is what we saw indirectly? We were buying out your share, we were settling you with money. This is what we are doing here also. We are taking away your share, we are giving you a settlement in a different way. Correct? Hello, I hope you are understanding. Now that's what they are trying to tell you. Pursuant to a scheme for selected reduction of capital under section 66 of Companies Act as amended from time to time. So that is, you come up with a proper scheme to do this. The listed investment holding company shall apply to the stock exchange for delisting. Everything is done now. Go, A company will get delisted. And going forward, public will not be there because their part is settled. Promoters will continue. Clear? The delisting of equity shares of an investment holding company in terms of sub-regulation 1 shall be permitted subject to the fulfillment of the following conditions. You can get that provided you follow this. What is that? First one. The listed investment holding company shall have not less than 75% of its fair value comprising direct investments in equity shares of other listed companies. Point number 1. What? They're telling you this method you can apply. Hello? You can apply this provided the listed investment holding company, the one in top, shall have not less than 75% of its fair value comprising direct investments in equity shares of other listed companies. Meaning, people, the fair value net of liabilities of the listed investment holding company shall be determined pursuant to joint report by two independent registered valuers, which inter alia shall include. What do you mean by that, people? Now I will prepare a report. What is the fair value of this company? Now imagine it's like a net worth. In that they are telling you, for you to qualify under the above provision, 75% of your investments you should have made in the listed companies and not in unlisted or not in real estate or not in any other assets. Why? Logically think, if at all you have made investments in any other assets, you will not be qualified as an investment company. You will be called as an investment only when you are buying the securities. Getting the point? That's what they're telling you. Out of my net fair value after taking liabilities as arrived by a joint report given by independent valuers, registered valuers, 2 people are giving it. I come that this is my number. In that 75 percentage, the company A should have invested in company X. Getting it? Okay, next one. Sir, which inter alia shall include what? They're telling you that fair value. The fair value net of liabilities of the listed investment holding company shall be determined pursuant to a joint report by 2 independent registered valuers, which shall inter alia include. How do we arrive at it? They're telling you value of investments of frequently traded shares of listed company based on 60 trading days volume weighted average market price. Now, because people, you are not being, you do not have any value of your own. How will I derive your price? So what are we deriving the price of? We are deriving the price of company X. I hope we are understanding. Now you can imagine like this, people. I have 1 crore rupees. Do I have anything else? Absolutely no. That 1 crore I have invested 75 lakh into company X. Now you tell me, is company X's value today? Is it 75 crore? I mean 75 lakh. When I invested, it was 75 lakh. Now it's been 3 years. Is it still 75 lakh? Now what is the price? How do you know? I cannot multiply by today's price. That's why now what we are doing, we are taking a volume weighted average price of that company. Which one? Company X. Because that is my asset today. I need to value that. I hope you are understanding, da. All of you. See, the value of investments of frequently traded shares of listed company based on 60 trading days of volume weighted average market price. Correct? I'll tell you. Fair value of investments of infrequently traded. Possible, I cannot write it on bond paper. Company X. See, end of the day, 75% should be in listed company. But I do not know whether they are frequently traded or infrequently traded. Frequently traded, because you have heartbeat, take 60 volume weighted average price of 60 trading days. What if it's a infrequently traded? They're telling you fair value of investments of listed companies and unlisted companies. Fair value means, people, again it is always given by a report, valuation. Next one, sir, fair value of other assets of the listed investment holding company, real estate. So based on this, I will arrive at what, people? I'll arrive at the fair value. That is what they have given here. Joint report of independent registered valuer. They give no fair value. Got it? Now here also there is something else to see. Fair value of other assets of listed investment holding company. That is your, so this was your first point. Under first point you saw these 3 conditions. Second point, the listed investment holding company shall comply with regulation 11, 37, 94, nothing but SEBI LODR. You have to comply with SEBI LODR provisions. What regulations and all also not given for us. So don't worry. Third one, people, there shall be e-voting by shareholders and same criteria. What? Votes cast by public shareholders shall be twice of the people who are saying against. For should be twice, same thing. E-voting should be given to the public shareholders, wherein votes cast by public shareholders of listed investment holding company in favor are not less than 2 times the number of votes cast against it. Getting it? Okay, next one. The material disclosures in relation to calculation of the entitlement ratio and per share consideration is included in the explanatory statement. We are calling them for a meeting. How much they are going to get, what is the value, should be clearly disclosed in the explanatory statement given to them. Okay, the joint valuation report obtained by 2 independent registered valuers shall be submitted to the stock exchange along with the scheme of disclosure to the public. So you need to give that also to the stock exchange. The report from a chartered accountant or a merchant banker confirming the entitlement ratio is obtained. You look at how many places they are verifying that this particular number is verified. It's right. It's authentic. So a CA or a merchant banker will also come and say that value what you have arrived is right. Getting the point? Okay. The shares of the listed investment holding company shall have been listed for not less than 3 years and shall not be suspended at the time of taking this route. They're telling you at least you should have been listed for a period of 3 years. What I'm telling you is, if you satisfy all of this, then this provisions will not apply to you. Easy route is this. You transfer those shares to them, done. You're not paying them anything from your pocket, unlike the previous cases. Getting the point, huh? Okay. No adverse orders have been passed by the board against the holding company or its promoters in the last 3 years. And the equity shares of the listed investment holding company so delisted shall not be permitted to seek relisting for a period of 3 years from the date of delisting, provided that such relisting shall be in terms of Regulation 3 and 4 of Regulation 40. The delisting of the equity share of investment holding company shall also be subject to compliance with any requirements specified and financial regulated within the is regulated. Understood? Yes, meaning I have just given everything as per SEBI delisting orders. If IRDA says something, please follow that. If RBI says something, please follow that. If at all there is any other regulator, if your own regulator is telling something, you please follow that. Whatever I'm saying is as per SEBI guidelines. If your own regulator is telling something, it is your duty, Matthew, to communicate, and you have to comply with that as well. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Clear? This is the new concept. Chances of this question being asked is 80%. Full they have asked means it will be 8-marker question. If they pick up one part, they can ask what is an investment holding company, a new concept. Just a 2-liner definition has been added. That's all. Correct?
In mergers and amalgamation, we saw one
SPAC.
in company.
Merger.
We saw one point that if a unlisted company acquires or merges with a listed company.
You continue to be.
So at that point becomes like what is the process for that?
If unlisted company is getting merged, you need to see which one is a surviving entity. If the surviving entity is an unlisted company, then you continue to be unlisted.
So that company will become unlisted.
So here merger and all is not happening at all only, right? I'm not saying company A is losing its identity. Company A is just coming out of the stock exchange. Now, after reading this entire chapter, what did we understand? Whenever you're coming out of the stock exchange, public will not have a place to sell their shares. That's why we were taking away their shares. Now, what they're telling you, my company does not have any value of its own. And why did you guys give money to me? Because you know I'm going to make further investments. So, can I say you were using me like a bridge? Now, what we are telling, whatever are the shares you guys held through me, if I am coming down, those shares I will directly transfer it in your name. But I am not telling I will not continue. I will also continue. Just that you will not be with me anymore, as per the law. Got it?
This delisting of this investment holding company, like listed company, is done basically not to take the control over some other company.
You're saying why are they doing the delisting? Many reasons can be there. Imagine not many public are trading in my shares. Now, there should be reason, right, for someone to come and give money to HDFC investments.
If some people did it, this is done to like safeguard their own company, or like someone doesn't want to take over.
Maybe. Yes, possible. Anything. We want to avoid a takeover bid, that is also possible. Now you are saying infrequently traded will come under compulsory. Now infrequently is 10%. What if it's 12%? Your shares are being traded 12%. That means you will not come there. But even for you, it doesn't make sense because not many are buying the shares from the market. Shares are not getting traded. So in such case, what will you do? Imagine you're listed on 2 stock exchanges. You want to come out of one. Now, how do we do the procedures and all? That's why they came up with something like this. But it was not a very, I would say still it's a very early concept for India. It is more into asset management companies only are those holding companies. And asset management companies getting listed and running and all, we are in very early stage. See, when an amendment comes, people, there will be a thought or there will be 1 or 2 companies who would have filed a prospectus. And they have to think about this also. Now, Aditya Birla Capital and all, they are not listed. But what if they list? We need to have regulations. That's why they generally come up with it. Clear? People, last role of company secretary. What is the role, Sam? We'll do something, leave, sir. Hey, one thing you saw noda here, peer review, due diligence certificate you guys gave noda. Where did you give the Nitin due diligence certificate? Where did you give? Where did you give the? मेरे आंखों में देखो. Where? Which procedure da Nitin? Hey, Mithun. Tell the Nitin. In that which process? Tell the Roshan, which process? I knew, sir. That's why I didn't come yesterday. Huh? Wait, sir. We are all searching now. Wait. Likit, one question to you, da. Delisting chapter number ಏನು? It's actually a difficult question, no? Huh? Out of the syllabus. ಬಿದೋಯ್ತು. No, we'll take it later. ಯಾಕೆ? Nothing will stop. Okay, clear? Now, where will you see the due diligence certificate? Voluntary delisting. The first step only you guys came not after merchant banker. You guys won't remember your own provision. The board of directors of the company, before considering the proposal of delisting, shall appoint a peer review company secretary. SEBI has written company secretary by mandating listed company upon to act as complaint or company upon DD. Due diligence. It's all peer review is nothing but DD only. Due diligence certificate. Clear? Hello. We have a case law. Ask questions. It is very cold. Okay, see here, there is one case law here. Auto Riders Finance Limited, appellant versus National Stock Exchange of India Limited. I'll tell you in short what happened. There were some non-compliances that Auto Riders Finance Limited were undergoing. They did not follow the listing provisions of NSE, listing agreement. They did not comply with it. There was a huge non-compliance for a very long time. And because of which, what did NSE do? NSE formed a constitution, it constituted a panel and they passed an order suspending Auto Finance Limited, and they also passed an order of delisting. Compulsory delisting was passed. Now, the company went for an appeal that whatever delisting order you have passed is not as per the law. Now, why? Why was it not as per the law? Because they pointed out something it was not appropriate. What was that? As per the law, people, not only this law, any law, you cannot pass an order, whatever it is. You can never pass an order without giving an opportunity of being heard to the other party. So, what did the company file an objection on this? See, if they had filed that, sir, this delisting is not right, they cannot fight. Delisting order is correct only because you have not complied. But what did they file under? They filed under that this order is not in, the copy passed by them is not in the right order. They said that being a person, as per the regulation, it is clearly written that an order cannot be passed without giving an opportunity of being heard, which is a principal thing of India, that is principle of natural justice. You have to give. And on this note, SAT actually reversed the order and gave them an opportunity, and they said at least wait. And then yes, again the case was taken up. Once it is done, you will go and represent, and the company continued to be listed for some time. Yes, sir. Because then they had to do a lot of compliances and all. And after that, we don't have it another thing. But yes, that is the main thing. So the case is revolving around opportunity of being heard. Clear? All of you? Yes. Okay. Just randomly see if we have done everything. Compulsory delisting is done. Incurred loss. Voluntary delisting by small companies we have done. Yesterday we saw these obligations and all. Hello? See here, under voluntary delisting, there is something called cancellation of outstanding depository receipts. There is one point they have given, voluntary delisting from all the stock exchanges. They have given one point. Read this. After delisting of equity shares from all the recognized stock exchanges having nationwide trading terminal, the company shall be required to compulsory cancel all the outstanding depository receipts issued overseas and change them into underlying equity shares in the home jurisdiction after termination of the depository receipts program within 1 year of such delisting. What is that they are telling you people? If at all, if you have issued any depository receipts, let us imagine you have issued ADR. What is the underlying share? Equity. Now they are telling if at all you are delisting this equity, you have to cancel this entire program called ADR. And within 1 year, people, you need to convert this depository receipts into underlying, going forward, we call it as an equity share, which is not listed. So within 1 year, you have to convert that particular thing into delisted equity share. The reason also I'll tell you, I don't know if you guys remember, whenever you want to go for depository receipts, the underlying shares should be listed in the home jurisdiction. It's a mandate. Now, because you are not complying with that, you either have to convert it off or repay it off. Either of it should happen. That's one point they are telling us. Is clear? Huh? Hello?
Yes, sir.
They won't ask, but yes, a peculiar point. Price.
Preference also 1 year.
Yes, you have to take a call within 1 year. No. Okay. By this we complete your Inda. Oh, correct. Next, we are completing this chapter. By this we complete the chapter. Next, we are going to do 14th chapter.